What up? What's up? That's right, fellas. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. What up? Hey, appreciate everybody showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. To all my people out on the back street, what up? To all my folks out there in the Shark Tank, what's up? Let me get my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? In the woods, 456 in the house. What up, fam? My man, High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Vito Rashad, I see you, fam. Two dogs in the house. What up, fam? My man, John Dembry in the house. What up, fam? Yo, man, I see you, fam. Big shout out to Heart and Finish Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Representing the old H and a dime, Mr. 216 in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Hellraiser Gene Lewis in the house. What up, fam? My man Styles Kennels in the house. Yo, what up, fam? What's up, everybody? Look here, man. Tonight gonna be one of them kind of conversations, you know what I'm saying? As we move forward in the now, you look back and be like, okay, I remember how things was back in the day. You know, when you started out, you know, you got them dogs and everything. Everything's brand new to you. So it's like you said, you're starting from nothing. Now, got two things going in your favor. You got yourself and a little bit of knowledge, but you got some dogs. That's the first step. Question is, how do you go from nothing into something? What's gonna make what's gonna make that big change? Is it gonna be the dogs? Or what you do when it comes to the dogs? See, there's a lot of different, you know, ingredients in that I call it the pie that you're trying to create. Because the dogs got to first have the right person to know what to do with the dogs. And then you, being a dog man, got to know to do the right thing with the right dogs. See, coming up in the game, we learned them hard lessons, man. Trust me. We started out with good dogs. But because of our lack of knowledge, I would almost say, yeah, come on now, we ruined judo in the beginning. To me, judo should have never had a loss. Never. And we was foolish enough to take a
incoming call from 813-906.
Alexa, disconnect the call.
1926 for Michael Bayless.
Alexa, disconnect the call.
Incoming
Alexa,
call from
disconnect the call. What was I saying? Oh, to me, judo should have never had a loss. Because that loss came from our stupidity. Now, prior to that, we had other matches before we left out of Carolina. But even then, we was doing, I would say, stupidity. Because we didn't know nothing about conditioning. But we had good dogs, so we felt like, okay, we take them swimming and all that other crazy shit. Do the walk thing. Didn't really know nothing about the feed, the weights. Everything was just done. You know, they ate the same shit every day. We just walked them. Didn't really starve nobody down for our weight. We kind of took the chain weight, you know, from what we had them on chain weight. And then, you know, we tried to stay within that chain weight. So that automatically tell you we wasn't really doing too much, what I would consider, knowing what I know now, conditioning. But yet, Solo got matched, both Blood and BA got matched, and Bruiser got matched. That's 4 matches that we had and didn't know jack shit. And actually won all 4. The crazy thing about it was we thought we was the shit. But keep in mind now, in that situation, we did have good dogs. You know, I think we've been over Solo's papers, Blood and BA, and Bruiser. Okay, we didn't get judo until maybe 3-4 months before we took off to Ohio. Judo's first match was actually in Ohio. But even in his case, we took judo in at 47. And I think when we lost that one and then started learning a little bit, judo's natural pit weight was 37. So we was way off. By that time, we understood a little bit about conditioning. Well, we understood a little bit about conditioning and got a lot better at it because now you got the boys on you. You know, Ohio Cash, Johnny Hat, the boys like Catfish, Jeffro, because Jeffro was actually the one who beat us with his champion Red Dog. Easy win. But the thing is, judo didn't quit. We wound up picking judo up. But brought him right back out with some knowledge, and judo became a 2-time winner. One of them wins was against a champion. Now, it wasn't in our backyard. We actually went all the way to New York to take out that one. But that brings up the conversation is we had good dogs, but in the process, you can ruin a good dog. But on the other hand, you can be a good dog, man, and just don't have the right dog. You know, which one controls the backbone of the kennel? Even for us, it's hard for me to even tell y'all that after all the dogs that we went through. And I still wouldn't be able to give a logical answer for that. Because again, we tried to always have good dogs. How do we know we had good dogs? Because if y'all looked at our breeding program, y'all see how we bred dogs. We weren't breeders, but in our way of thinking, you know, champions and grand champions, ROMs was all we were trying to breed to. That was it. By this time, Mo understood how to read papers, him and my kennel partner, so things got better when it actually got a lot better because we always had good dogs. But did we make them dogs good? I don't think so. Because if we bred them right, we was expecting to see a certain type of dog. Because we're going off of the breeding program, the traits and the likeness based off of what we bred to. You know, you go back and you kind of got to know the history. You know, that's why it paid for Mo and our KP to be in the papers like they was. Because they became mad scientists. Not only did they start knowing the papers, they start knowing the dogs. They start understanding the traits and the characteristics and the body work and how they were supposed to work. You know, we had stifle dogs, then we had head dogs, and then we had chest dogs. But each style was adjusted to the breeding program. So we kind of had a great idea of what style and characteristics and traits that we were looking for. On the other hand, you got to look at the knowledge that it took to be able to do that right there. That wasn't something that happened overnight. You got good dogs, and that's generally what everybody's trying to do. But you can take a good dog and ruin it, a good dog, due to lack of knowledge, lack of experience. So when you get the experience and you have the knowledge, you're going to automatically, to me, you're going to have good dogs. Because at that point, it was you who put the dogs there. It was you who made the breeding. Now it's up to dogs to make everything that you built prove its point. So that's where we at tonight, because we had a couple good kennels that we actually was around when they was like pretty much starting out like us. Gator Boys, Strictly Business, and Havana Boys. Those guys, even though they had a couple of years on us, we wasn't that far behind them as far as starting up wise. Because, you know, we got around McNasty, you know how McNasty and the Havana Boys relationship was. They was real cool. Same thing with Strictly Business. Gator Boys, they was damn near y'all just like us. Except for they drove right in and was getting their heads smashed early in the game. Well, we didn't jump out there as fast as they did. But then again, they had dogs. But if you watch their careers, which we're going to go over some of the great dogs that they had, it's still kind of like up in the air, because again, did they make them dogs great? Or did the dogs that they had make them great? Because again, it all stems down to the dogs were good dogs. If you go back, we're going to go over some of these pedigrees and you're going to see their way of thinking was no different than ours. They just went after good shit. Every last one of them. But then, these were hunters. Well-known hunters. So if you look at their career from the very beginning, you'll see what I'm saying about when you start out in a lack of experience, to the lack of knowledge. It showed in the beginning. But then in the end, when you all sum it up, when we got history to look back on, those were great kennels. They had great dogs. Now, you're looking at the future, you know, with times and everything changing. How do you grade the kennel as we move forward when it comes down to that same question? Are the dogs what's going to make the kennel? Or is the kennel that's going to make the dog? That's a hard question, because you guys can't do what we did. You can't, you don't have that measuring stick to compare how we were comparing and coming up with what we call a good dog. So how do you fix that? To me, pedigrees don't make a dog good. Because we've had plenty litters that was bred just like out of the same litters of our good dogs that didn't make the team. And if you didn't know, you would have like took that dog and swore him down because of the papers. The dog was all world. Prime example. We always talk about Maytu. We always talk about GH.CH. We always talk about Shaquille. Remember, these are great. These dogs are behind some great dogs. Them dogs, all them dogs have come through our yard at some point in time and went into good people's hands. when you look at those dogs now and their production and what they actually done in the game, those were some good producing dogs. They just, bottom line, they produce some good, in some cases, some great damn dogs. Now, was it our lack of what? How the dogs that you have in your possession or have access to? Well, Gigi, we could have had Gigi, because my kennel partner was the one. Well, my kennel partner was actually the one who we gave Maytu to, and he ended up giving Maytu to our proteges. And same thing with Gigi. Wanted us to take Gigi on, but again, we too busy, matching dogs, and we didn't think she had what it needed. But again, them proteges, they took it and made something out of it. Here's the thing. What they were able to do is why I take my hat off to them, because I always looked at, for us, when we training somebody or I'm teaching somebody something, I always wanted them to be better than I was. My dad always said the same thing. He didn't want me to be like him. He wanted me to be better than him. And that's the way I felt about them. So it never was about taking their shine. Actually, I talk about them because I want them to shine. I want everybody to know we weren't the only ones able to do what we did with those dogs. They did far much better than what we did with those dogs. And that part right there is why I talk about this conversation, which one makes what? Does the dog make the kennel, or does the kennel make the dog? Because I've seen good dogs ruined, in the wrong person's hands. It happens. But then again, I've never seen a kennel take a normal dog, what we call a normal dog, and not make it worthy of something. I mean, because again, I say that because Maytu didn't make the team, but Maytu was a great producer. He produced good match dogs. And if you know how Maytu's bred, I mean, you got to understand why. It's off of brat bred back to her daddy, which was Mayday. He wasn't the one that made the team. But the damn dog produced like hell. Put him in the right people's hands, they still made a great dog, which created and was behind a lot of great dogs. Same thing with Gigi. Moving forward, remember, it was things that we was doing that got us to that point. It was a actual putting the dogs to work, putting them through the calling process, and keeping the best of the best. It worked in some occasions, didn't work in others. But again, what controlled that? As we got more experience in the game, we still never got the complete knowledge of being able to take full advantages of the game. Because we wasn't breeders. We bred to keep our stock up. But look at all the things we didn't do. Because if our mind had been focused on the breeding program, actually Maytu wouldn't have to leave the yard. We could have bought Gigi in. We could have kept Bucko. We could have kept Yellow Day. See, these are dogs that went off in other places and created good dogs. I don't think, even though I know Maytu, I don't know any of them that we actually got off our yard that actually wound up in somebody, and somebody took them and matched them. I don't remember none of them. Now, Mo might know a little bit more than me. Well, I know Redman, he was on the yard. He became a 2-time winner. They say 3-time winner, but I know of 2. I wasn't familiar with the 3rd one, but I don't know too many match dogs that actually got away. I know Redman was definitely one. Buck Rogers was one, but he got away but came back. So yeah, I'm always looking at this situation, and I'm all right. So we're in the now. How do you grade a good dog? How do you know who is what when it comes down to these dogs nowadays? Are we grading them by the pedigree? Are we putting a lot of emphasis more on the pedigree? Because if we're putting a lot of emphasis on the pedigree, then how much are we actually putting on the dog man, the owner, the breeder of the dog? You know, it's kind of hard to weigh, how that works out when there's nothing but a paper. Now, suppose we're as a breeder, I breed our dogs. Now I'm selling my puppies. Will people come and buy a puppy from us just because it's going hard? You know they're going to be bred great. But will people just buy the puppies because they bred great? Because we kind of know our dogs, we know anytime you would expect us to have good dogs anyway. But where's the guarantee at? There is no guarantee. So, what would make a person want to buy one of our dogs except for what? And that's why I wanted to talk about that, because there's so many avenues that growing up in this game that there are people who started out just like we did. And I'm trying to tell you, man, when you hear about these dogs that these guys wind up having, and you talk about the Gator Boys, and you talking about Strictly Business, you talking about Havana Boys, by the time Mo get done with this, you're going to see what I'm talking about. You talking about Hell on Earth? These people have some good goddamn dogs, man. But there's a reason why I could see people buying dogs from them. And very seldom was they into selling dogs. But they had great dogs. So, yeah, I could see myself, hooking up with Havana Chico and them. Strictly Business. Some of the great dog champion Chino. The Gator Boys and that grand champion Mickey. The Havana Boys grand champion Jumping Jack Flash. Standing grand champion Standing Man. Even though they co-shared that with Roadblock, you still say Roadblock and Havana Boys grand champion Standing Man. I could see people buying dogs from them. I could see ourselves breeding with them because they had put in the work the pedigree showed. Got to have some of that on the yard. Okay, so you start taking away from that. And then you just no work involved, and now we're just going to deal strictly with the papers. And I'm not even going out here just putting nobody on blast. What I'm trying to do is just, we talk bulldogs over here. And I try, and I always say, you know what? We don't fit into this now thing. Because it's hard for me to see the quality of the dogs be the same as in our day. And I speak to that. That's why we're going to talk about these kennels right here, because in our day, there was a time that we were all the same way starting out. But you can look back on history and look at the dogs. Like you look at our dogs, you look at their dogs, you look at all the shit that they had. Come on. History ain't going to bullshit you. It's going to be right there. Some going to like it, some ain't. But the fact is, hey, they have some shit. So how does that work when you're selling dogs today? And is it all really about the paper? Ain't nothing running up the wall. Ain't nothing out there on the treadmill. The APBT shows, that's a start. Maybe is it those type of things? Because when you're doing it that way, it's about the kennel at this point. You're finding a new way to make the dog worthy of talking about. Couple APBT blue ribbons, confirmation shows, wall climbing. Okay, somebody who's going to be consistent and producing those type of dogs, specialize in those type of dogs. I could see dogs being famous because if that person is specializing and they winning, they're going to make a name. Now, does it take one dog to do that? No. In order for that dog, man, to be considered even reputable, he has to be able to be consistent with that. He's going to need more than that one dog. But back in our time, all you needed was one dog. You know what I'm saying? One dog. And Lord know, if he a monster and he is a producer too, there's a consistency. One dog can do that. But in the now, it's hard for me to see that. Because the criteria has changed. And once you change the criteria, that means you're operating under different rules when it comes to classifying what makes a dog good. What makes a dog man good. So instead of just talking about them, because I don't know too much about how the now works, I can go back and say, okay, we're going to take these kennels right here, because we all kind of like started out at the same time. Some got out there a lot faster than others, and boy, we all might have taken our bumps and bruises, but some of them they took them early. But when time gonna tell you, the results is gonna be in their work. And just to wind all that up and bring it to a head, that's why the poll question is there. Because I want to know, not just from our way of thinking, but in your opinion, based on the poll question, I wanted to see how the audience feels about that. How does that work? And you notice I didn't say in the past and I didn't say in the now. Because I don't think it should matter when it comes to your opinion. So I'm going to turn this over to Mo right quick. And we're going to let him go from there. And again, let me give a big shout out to everybody who showed out there that's hanging out with us today. Don't forget to take that poll question. And hey, do not forget to hit that like button. It's on you, Mo. Oh my God, I got a house full of animals going nuts today. Got some kids coming into town. That's what you didn't make it here. Yeah. Hey, I got this right here for you, man. Thanks, look good. All right, fellas. What up, everybody? Hey, what's that? Put my stuff together here right quick. That's right, fellas. Y'all go ahead and get on that poll question. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Don't be afraid. All my people on the back street, just jump out there. It's not a wrong or right answer. Just trying to get an idea of what's your opinion. They might get a chance to talk about the poll. What's up with the poll? All right. All right, you back. Okay. Sorry about that, fellas. I don't know what happened. I think since I plugged in, it'd be doing that. But again, you're back. What's up, fellas? Hey, Mike, talk about the poll, man. We up? Yeah, we up and running over here. All right, fellas, the poll question tonight, we got 58 votes. The poll question tonight is, dealing with the game American Pitbull Terrier, which of these statements are true in your opinion? A, the kennel makes the dog great. B, the dog makes the kennel great. Okay. A, we have 26% of the people think the kennel makes the dogs great. We have 74% of the people who think the dogs make the kennel great. How many was that? People? Mm-hmm. No, I mean the percentage on that. 74% to 26%. 74% of what? The dogs make the kennel great. Oh, the dog make the kennel great. I don't know about that one. Because a lot of good dogs come from, a lot of good dogs say if you have one dog, it can make a kennel great. Because that's special of that dog, you know. That's true. But at the same time, don't forget, you got kennels like Hardcore that had a lot of great dogs. STP had a lot of great dogs. Well, you know, it comes to a point where the dogs, they were becoming great dogs, but due to the kennels was really making the dogs even more greater than you know, it would be vice versa. Because when you got the kennel making the dogs great, and the way you're doing that with more than just one dog. So you have several dogs that you didn't make great. Then, you know, it falls into a category that, you know, I'm going with the kennel making the dogs great, because my possibility of getting more than just one great dog is going to bring more attention to just the one dog. When you got dogs that you winning with and you producing and you got good dogs, you know, hey, I'm going with the kennel who's making the dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to have a better number. When you had a dog that makes a kennel great, that's somebody who's got their hands on a good dog and did the right thing with that dog and made that dog famous. Especially if you can go out and win a grand championship with him. You know, oh yeah, you can be talking about the dude when you talk about his dog. So that's definitely understandable. But it's up to the old dude to make the production where he can continue with the one dog to make a line of dogs. Then it's going to be on him from that point on. Because if he can create, then he ain't relying on just the one dog's fame. No, now the dogs are relying on his fame because he's the one producing the shit. He's the one winning with the shit. You know what I'm saying? He the one got the shit. So I'm gonna tell you, the one this at 26%, listen to coming from a dog fighter. You definitely clearly understand where I'm coming from. You know, there was the brat alone didn't make going hard kennels. You know, she's maybe the more familiar name. But the dogs themselves that we created carried the name based on the people who took the dogs and continued on with the line of dogs. Because trust me, they the ones was making the going hard dogs famous. You know, they the ones that's that 26%. Because they were able to take the line and do the exact same thing that we were able to do with the line that made us known. Remember, we made the dogs famous. You know, Baby made all Wimp up there with Jamie, but Baby will always be known to be a going hard dog. You know, remember, our name makes her famous. So I would have to go with that 26%. You know, this is bulldoggers. Because bulldoggers know, like, I'm a bulldogger. I mean, I clearly understand that if I want some good dogs. I mean, I am not on a famous dog, because that's just one dog, unless he's studying. And you know, even then, when you get a dog that's a great dog, got a great pedigree, that's why most great dogs have great pedigrees. You know, they are definitely worthy to breed to. Whether they produce or not, you know, that's in the questions of what happens. But in the process, you know, why he's building his yard and not being stingy. Yeah, I would be studying my damn dog out. I'd be putting straws up on him, because what it just so may happen that he might be able to produce me some good dogs, and with him being open to public studying, you know, he would be able to get more of his offsprings out there to become great dogs them damn self. Okay. Got a question from my man Future. My man Future Kennels in the house. What up, Future? Future says, if the kennel don't have great dogs, how can they be great? If the great dog is owned by someone who should, if the great dog is owned by someone who shouldn't even own an animal, how can that dog be great?
Well, what he's saying is, it said the person who got the dog ain't shit, but he got the dog. That's the shit. So how can that dog be great?
If the kennel don't have a great dog, how can that kennel be great?
He can't.
Okay. If the great dog is owned by someone who shouldn't even own an animal, how can that dog be great?
Well, the reason why that dog can be great is because what made him even worthy of talking about? It definitely didn't have much to do with his owner outside the fact that his owner is matching him and he's winning. You know, let's look at it like that. Remember, you said he shouldn't even own a dog. So let's suppose, let's use the Noriega incident as a prime example. Let's look at Noriega's situation. Okay, here's a guy who just had the money and he bought him a dog. A 4-time winner. Pay good money for him. Now, we all know he wasn't shit. He didn't have but one dog. Word for damn sure. Okay? Now, Noriega definitely made him famous by losing. Inexperience. None whatsoever. Shouldn't even had a dog. Just had the money for a dog. Tried to condition the dog to go into a great dog like Ajax. And fucked up a good dog. So what we saw there is a great dog turned into no more than a good dog. Because he didn't quit. In the hands of somebody shouldn't even have a dog. Now, if anybody got famous, he got famous from being one of the biggest losers to anybody in the dog game. A lesson to a lot of green dudes who think they can just buy their way into the game. Okay? Now, you know, that's how you can make a great dog a good dog with a loser. Because you can guarantee the loser gonna try to be a winner because he wants to have the recognition. He wants to take the fame and make himself famous with a dog that's already famous. See, just because you got the dog ain't gonna make you famous because you ain't done shit with the dog. That's like y'all talking about Buck City with Michael Myers, not knowing what the fuck, but he got a champion. You know, I understand the argument, but to his defense, you know what I'm saying? He has to stand up and not be that guy that had Noriega. Because I can guarantee you had a bunch of questions for him when he had Noriega. When he got Noriega, what more could he tell you about Noriega? What could he tell you about Noriega? How many times do you think he even saw Noriega go? This guy was in the game and back out. Because, you know, he wanted to take a great dog and become a great dog man because he had the dog. And by winning over Ajax with the dog, doing it on his own. It's a dumb move. But hey, I can understand why Havana Chico and them was mad, but at the same time, you know, you can't fault your dude when, you know, money speaks. You know, I would have been trying to hold on to him and told him to come buy him after the fact. Let me make him a grand champion. You put him in condition, you might have seen a different fight between Ajax and Noriega. I truly believe that. But, you know, that's somebody who wasn't famous who had a good dog. But it used to be a great dog. You know, you got those type. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You asked me, with the dogs that we was getting our hands on, we was having some hands on some great good dogs, and we wasn't even no good kennel. That was us in the beginning. I mean, we had knew what we know now with the dogs that we had. They would have never stole Mikey, Judo, or none of those dogs. You know, I would have had a better understanding on taking, you know, not, when you have something special on the yard, you know, they fall in the category where there's no accidents like the accidents that I experienced with Baby killing off my mechanic bitch. You know, there was major things, the theft that was going on, and the dog being stolen, and you know, just all that on top of the fact, just the line of dogs that they took and killed, you know, in my rise back to not even to just have a yard of some of the baddest dogs that, you know, I really felt it was the new coming. But it was by then I had learned so many lessons. And I can tell you the best lesson I got out of it, honestly, knowing all the dog men that I ran into and experienced and seeing the great dogs that's out there, not even seeing them, knowing who they were and what they was doing. It's gonna always take a good dog man to make a great dog. He's gonna have to have his hands on him. You don't have to be a good person to be a good dog man to have a good dog. You can be a good dog man, fucked up person, and have a badass dog and deserve all the rights as a good person with badass dogs and you know, and he's kind to people, and you're not. But you're going to be just as great as him because you made the dog, and the dog has done very well, regardless of their personal personalities. Because one damn thing for sure, Gowner wasn't the most liked motherfucker around in the game. And he still made shit happen with his dog. Gowner came out of nowhere. Gowner came in bulldogging. So Gowner earned his mark. And he went into good dog men. So Gowner's one of those guys that, you know, that he took Virgil and made Virgil great, and Virgil in return made him great, because that's how it simply worked. Because Gowner was taking Virgil, putting him on everybody. You know, so you got to look at it like that. And he was a producer, so you have to give the Gambler. He was, you know, that's somebody who popped up as a nobody in short time, became real provident, even to this very day with his treadmills. We know who the Gowner is. You know, we're going to always know him for his grand champion, Virgil, even with all the controversy behind him. You know? Hello?
Sir.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Okay, what's up, baby? Got a caller in.
So, yes, sir.
What's up, Mew Mew? Where you been, baby?
Yeah, I want everybody to listen to what he said, though. OG, you know you can go ahead and toot your own horn right now. This is what the world need to hear, is when somebody think they got a dog, but they didn't put the work in on the dog. So I hate to say it, yeah, you can have some good dogs, but it takes that dog man to make the dog great. Okay? So there's a fine line between somebody saying, well, I got a great dog, or I built a great dog. You guys built many great dogs. That's why your dogs went out. That's why they still out. They'll forever be out. The name will live on. but it'll live on through GH.CH. It's not going to live on through the dogs. Mr. Garcia had a great point the other night. We were talking about dogs on Buck City's channel where he was talking about who's the greatest Mayday dogs. Well, the whole point about that situation is if you don't know who put the work in, if you don't know the camps who put the work in, you're not, it's like a girl when she go get married, she lose her maiden name. You're not going to remember, they're not going to talk about her, they're going to talk about her immediate family, where she got married to. So I want people to remember, you got to put in the work. Your camp got to put the work in. I know people that had real good dogs, but they didn't know what they was doing. They didn't have no work ethic. That's why a lot of us are still out here handling our business the right way, because we're not trying to be famous on some old level where, oh, I got the best dog. No. Just like we on the bus right now, we would send Arrowhead. We would send Mayhem. OG would send Wing Mule. And we going to stop you. We going to stop you, period, point blank. So that's why we got to make sure that we keep the essence of this dog. This dog is about competition. That means how much work you put in is going to give you this output, this data that we're looking over right now, this data. And I don't care about who went and bought a champion. I don't care about who went and bought their way into the game. I care about the people who put the work in, like GH.CH. You know what I'm saying? So I want to make sure they keep it right, OG. Go ahead and toot your horn.
Hey,
But don't put the work in.
well, I got you, Windmill. You know, you know, you're a true soldier. You know, I see you done popped your head above the concrete. Now, Ben, you got your head up here. Let me ask you something, man. How do we grade the dog man now when it comes to the quality of a great dog?
The grade comes in longevity. If you only had dogs up to the 90s and you ain't had no dog for the last 10 years, don't say shit to me.
Right.
If you had dogs up to 2007, 2008, and you ain't got no dogs no more, don't say shit to me. You know what I'm saying? We're not grading your shit. We're not grading your dogs because you haven't stood the test of time. And that's what it takes to be a grand champion. You got to get in that box and stand the test of time. I gotta come upstairs.
Excuse me,
Knock it
y'all.
off. Knock it off.
Get up.
But for the people who ain't in real time, I'm in real time. Arrowhead's in real time. Mayhem them is in real time. We're still in this longevity game, so we get to grade our dogs. We get to look at you, and you come into our situation, and you look at what we got. We don't want to grade your stuff. You guys as dogs is what we grade. So we got to make sure that we still looking at the process. There's a lot of dog channels on here that don't want to talk about the fighting American Pit Bull Terrier. Well, then you ain't talking about my dog. So I just enjoy your channel. That's fun. But when you hear we on the bus, we got to grade you like we graded you back then. Go get your dog.
That's right.
And we gonna go here and we gonna play this music. We're gonna eat some food, and then we're gonna go handle this business and get active. So that's how we need to. That's how we graded it back in the day. That's how Uncle. Look, I'm telling you, my uncle then when they said you was coming, they said, oh, they don't even know what's happening. They knew you was about to shut 2 kennels down. They knew that you guys was about to put them 2 kennels out of business because it's about competition. You guys were the new competition that was to be because you utilized their bloodlines together. And, you know, Victor can say what he want. He had Bam Bam. Wasn't Bam Bam and Amber brother and sister? Them were two lines that came off of, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. You're talking about...
Yeah, see, both of those lines went 2 separate ways, but they'll put you down. They're going to bite down on you. Both of them lines was going to bite down on you. You guys just had one of the other strands. You know what I mean? So when we grade these dogs, did this dog put down the dog that went to this kennel, and then this other kennel got this other one, but they both got great dogs and they both working. That was the grade. That was the grade for me. Yep. I don't want to hear about somebody that said, well, I had a champion, I went and bought this champion, and then that's all you can hear about it. That's it. That's it. It's it. So the grade comes in the longevity. And I don't want to bring nobody to the present too far, but we on the bus. So if your dogs don't make it to 2024 and we back here in the 80s, you ain't, we're done. It didn't last.
That's right.
Garcia said that many times where your dog, and don't nobody breed to it no more, and all of a sudden that strand is gone, that's because it's over. Something took over. Yeah. Maybe it's son, maybe it's daughter. But a camp has to get together and decide how much work they're going to put in with the bloodline. Because some dogs didn't get a chance to be great because the Hollywood dog came in. I've seen it happen many times. Grandpa will tell you, look, Grandpa tell you, there's been many people that come get Zeke dogs, but there was so many failures because they didn't put the work in with them dogs. So we got to be careful on what we're talking about when we say a dog is making a camp or a camp is making a dog. The camp is vital to the dog becoming great. Not just having a good dog on your yard, but becoming great, becoming a great producer, becoming a great, at the end of his career, is he on the back of the yard, in the back of the chain, or he's still up front where everybody can see and strut his stuff? That's what we're doing right now. GH.CH's yard, and I hate to, they're going to hate me for this because this is what it is, but STP, all in yards that you guys grab from, they in the back, you guys still in the front. Y'all still in the front. And you guys know what time it is. I got to handle this business, but always remember, GH.CH, y'all, we let them go. We let them go. Let them go.
We hunt dog. We hunt dog.
Hey, man, appreciate that. That's my man, Windmill. Before you get started in this more, I want to address a comment. My man, Bequan, you said, stop this guy. Must don't believe in evolution. The little homie's taking over. Get them kids they props. Bequan, let me explain something to you, my friend. I'm going to get in the camera and explain this to you. Bruh, we don't deal with nothing in the now. So I don't want you to get that conversation twisted. Considering what little homies do now, it ain't meant for the upstairs. So I gave you the hardware, but I'm going to just give you a quick responsibility check on why why everybody in this Shark Tank wear blue, because we do have certain stipulations that run around here. We don't talk about the now.
We put the now in the past where we at.
That's right. We go back here.
Then we can analyze what you're saying, but we can't never put it up here in the front.
We don't give props to the now.
Can't give the props to the now.
I ain't gonna do my little homies like that. But let me reassure you.
The basement got a lot of young boys out there, and believe what I tell you. If you got gargles, you know what I'm saying, it would be a statement to be held true only to a person who has gargles. Now, you don't hear a lot of us. There's a lot of us out here that got night vision, but we pick on it, but we don't speak on it. You have to speak on it back here in our time, because they ain't taking over now. We don't want them to take over now. We don't want YouTube to know they're taking over now. We don't want Facebook to know that they're taking over now. You know what I'm saying? Because what's going on in the now is only through the visions of the night. And we don't need to share that to give these boys no props, because they getting enough props where they deserve it.
In the dark.
In the dark.
So, why we having that conversation, we need you to stop it.
Right.
Because that's where we have our problem at.
Right.
The now don't need to be spoken.
There's enough people in the back street that can take on what's being said and how we handling shit. I say hi to my niece. What's up, baby?
My hair probably wet.
Oh, that's all good, though.
Hey, YouTube! This is my dad.
Yeah, that's my baby. That's my baby.
What's up, y'all?
I know y'all be having them views. How many people? All right, sorry, don't mention I finished.
I told you one of my kids got to be in town. Yeah, man, but look, we don't deal with the now. Trust me, because again, we live in, that's why we jump on the bus and we go back here and talk. We can say a lot about
Right, when you load
back
up
then.
your dog in the now and you get on the bus and come back there, then we would be glad to take some young boys back there, you know, because we can all throw a pedigrees. We don't know when and where none of this shit happened. So when we get on the bus and we jump back here in time, that's why I say you grab your best shit and bring it back here, because see, we can interact and interject the now in here in our time, and let's go based on our time. You know, that's what it's used for. So when you say to young boy, let's take them back here where we at in our time, okay, and then let's talk about it, because see, back here in our time, I would fair to say, you know, no, they're not, because the quality of the dogs is not as good as you think they are out there. There's good dogs and there's great dogs out there running around, but you know, to be playing around here in my time. And keep in mind now, you know, just as quick as you said that, you didn't mention the vision, the dark vision, okay? See, back here we can talk about the dark vision, and because we don't know when and where, you know, but we know. If you can see in the dark, you'll know. So taking it up on that point right there, that point stands to be strong, but not as strong as it would be considering playing back here in our time. Not at all. It's not even nowhere close, because the dictation is still controlled by the quality of the old dogs that they're out there winning in the time. It's always gonna be. I've shown you many pedigrees of great champions and shit. And every single one of them, 99.9% of them were bred great. So, you know, that's the key to the vision. Vision don't have to be standing right there in your face. But if you understand exactly what I'm saying, clearly understand what I'm saying, the best dogs and the great dogs are dogs that are still being able to maintain what was maintained in my time. Great pedigrees. I put in the work. When you got a great pedigree, that means you putting in the work. And how do we know you got a great pedigree? Because we only know you and recognize you by the work that you putting in. We wouldn't even give a damn about your pedigree if you weren't putting in no work. I don't want to see no pretty pedigree. I want to see a bad motherfucker with a pedigree. And you know that's a real point to be made, because if you look at it back here in our time, and let's take your time and bring it back here with us, back here with us. And thinking the same way that you were thinking when you left your time to come back here. And we'll be on the same page, because I'm going to tell you again, the only great dogs is because anything to talk about 90% of the time, at least 99% of the time on this show that was champions or grand champions or any type of registered mare were dogs that were bred good. So it wouldn't be no different in your time, whether it was the old school or the new school that had it. Believe me, if they pushing it because they had some old school new shit. And if they're winning, they're definitely winners of great bred dogs. Most good champion dogs are bred down off of champions. And it's gonna always be that way, whether it's from my time to your time. You know, the perception is, it is what it is. Don't know when, don't know where, don't know how. But if you got the vision, you know what I'm saying, where it really can be getting, you can get your answers, true answers. You know what I'm saying? It just wouldn't be something that we would want to talk about upstairs and the now. You know, we go back here in our time and we bring y'all dogs back here. But you know, they taking over now. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't know who or when or where you talking about. You know what I'm saying? But if you was playing in that time and I was to grab you and throw you on the bus and bring you back here, I tell you, no, you're not. No, they're not. because there's nowhere close to the numbers that was running in my time, in your time. So you got a long way to go before you take over some shit. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you got them old desert rats out there, like old school dog man, just the pleasure to me is to watch them sit back and school you. A lot of the great dogs are going to continue being part of history as long as you got great men who's got them. As they destroy the game and systematically tear it down, and you lose so many bloodlines, the thing that they haven't been able to do, you can catch the foolish ones. You can catch the foolish ones, and the only time you really catch the real ones is because you got them being caught up with the foolish ones. And you have to understand that, this is why, we get the news from Pelican Bay, because he's going to keep us up on the shit. Where everybody else is complaining, the vision in the dark, everybody wants to know. Because it's not only good news, it's bad news, but it's definitely PBA news. And this is the problem to when you say they're taking over. Well, they taking over. They taking over so much that they still think they can have 1993s and 1994 big conventions and shit. You know what I'm saying? Rolling their puppies all on Facebook, putting their one-time winner up for $4,500 on Facebook, like he on the marketplace. These kind of things right here, is that what you call taking over? The little things like, it's bad enough when you get jammed in a raid, but just to know that, you think you didn't got away, but later on you find out that there were 3 popos sitting right up in the place with y'all, then took pictures of everybody in there. I mean, y'all got 3 popos running around up in some place, doing something you ain't got no damn business, and don't even know from left to right who them 3 popos was that ever get up in there and stand amongst all y'all and get that shit off.
Yeah, y'all taking over.
Yeah, y'all. That's how you taking over. If this is what you call taking over, then that's the demise and the destruction of what the dog game is headed for. Because see, you still got them old slick, old smart ones that don't want to be up with all that noise, don't want to be up with all that fame, because they too scared you lie to go run their name up on Facebook. Or go splashing their name around on YouTube. They don't even like those kind of parties. But you have some of us this was born dog men. My love for the dogs, thank God I'm sitting here talking to y'all. But there's guys out there like, I had to give it to him. Kenny Allen, he died in the box like True Colors did. Come on now. That's what you call love of the game. Me, if I have my way, I want to die in the box. I'm staying alive because of the box. My love for what I did, whether it was right or wrong, hey, I didn't pay my time and my dues. But it's not going to change my personal opinion or how I feel. And I'm going to always scratch the win. I'm going to always have that bulldog, pit bull mentality of what it felt like to have not 1, not 2, but several great dogs sit between my legs, or being able to say, I'm the papa of this or the papa of that, or what. Y'all hate to hear I was the first to do this or first to do that with the Mayday stuff and the Stone City stuff, but that's okay. I mean, I don't put it out there and make it a bragging point, but I definitely put it out there to set the standard of the tone to what made everybody else want to do it. Because if it wasn't about shit, they wouldn't have never done it. But that was like back then, where what made it so, what made him do it? Because they had great pedigrees? Hell no. It wasn't about no damn pedigree. They was already feeling the wrath of Brat and Pretty Mama. And then I'm coming back down through there with Buck Rogers and them, man. I mean, it was no. I mean, Psycho, I had dogs that was just, you know, just damn good dogs. And I'm getting better with the dogs because of the people that I'm dealing with. Remember, I didn't have some of all that shit on my yard. From Pro Set to Stone City to Hell on Earth. I mean, I run the whole thing. Deep South, Mill Buster. They are all competitive dog men who knows what it means to have something great between your legs. Whether you produced it or not, if you the one ran with it, it's a difference between buying it and you ain't done nothing with it. Most of them buy champions and lose with them. I seen a grand champion get his grand championship, you know, and get bought, and somebody took him out and lost with him. I seen champion Tate go out, get his wins, get sold, and go out and lose. I seen Grand Champion Max going to co-chief. Old as he was, somebody bought him and wanted to go on the co-chiefs. They didn't make him the Grand Champion. Deep South did. Deep South sold him. Whether Deep South had anything to do with his condition or not, my thing was, you can't tell a man what he wanted to do with his dog, but since he bought the dog, you know what I'm saying, he did what he did. But no way in the world I would waste my time spending that kind of money on a dog and not take that great dog and breed the shit out of him. But because of the dog fighting mentality, you just had to be able to try to make that fact that you could get you one other good win out of Max and to put him on such a good dog. Coach Cheese was smashing everybody else, but he didn't smash Max. It took him 2 hours and something. He wasn't going in there to smash no Max, even old as Max was. He wasn't the dog that I saw him to be. But these are the things that happen. You know, but again, these are still people who's trying to elevate. There's always going to be those ones that think they're smarter than everybody else to elevate. You know, I mean, come on. It got to work. It's got to work. I mean, I don't never want, you don't never hear one thing, people. As much as you hear me talk about certain kennels and certain things that I say, you don't never hear those guys ever coming back to backlash me. You know, and the fact of the matter is, I'm not putting them down when I talk about these things. I'm just making it facts and pointing out. Can't hate on none of them, but I'm giving you the facts. And for so many people, it's so easy to get brainwashed. I mean, I don't know where the thinking cap is, where everybody be so quick to jump into these certain categories, and regardless of how stupid these categories is, y'all tend to want to stay in them. Regardless of how whack it is, it seems like the elevation is such at a higher level today. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? You rather hang around something that's no good for you. And don't understand why. There's no benefit in there nowhere. Don't understand why. So I'm taking the same attitude that I see here in the now, and I get on my bus and I take it back here and I try to survive on that now back here where I'm at, and it doesn't fit me. It doesn't line up to nothing I talk about back here. So the elevation of me being where I'm at, is that you're going to have to look at me and say that y'all wasn't shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? And then put yourself into thinking you know better or know more or whatever the hell you'll come up with, you know, and let it be that. But that's what you carry forward. And so for all those people who get back here and really do understand it, really do know how to register things and figure out shit and understand the benefit of what they're getting compared to what they're out there falling into, they'll be able to preserve what's left of this shit that y'all will go up there in the front and fuck up. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, this gonna keep it real with you. For the boys down there with that night vision on, you know, hanging out there, Ace Hardware, salute. Because the only two people that can get those questions answered are all those viewers back out there in the back that don't want to come in and click on the like button, too scared to do that, too scared to touch the subscribe button, too scared to do that, but they got to hear the tune. And I ain't got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and to be honest, I agree. Shit. Let me be the fool and just come in here and enjoy. All right? So, hey, no sweat. But listen up. They're talking about you. They can't speak on what they can't see. And let's keep it that way, because only the greatness, and we know where it comes from. Those great dogs out there, guess what? A lot of you people don't know where they're at and who they are. Yet y'all still claiming the fame like y'all got that shit. You know what I mean? Hey, there's some shit around. There's some shit around. You know? And if you know it, then you, guess what? You're a lucky person. If you got it, you're a lucky person. But there's so many of them out there that you definitely don't want them to know that you got it. Because it's only trivial information these days, being that we letting police be able to infiltrate dog fights and sit there and snapshot down there everybody in the spot before they decide to raid the spot. You know, they don't even care who get away. They took everybody's picture and videos and everything else they need. Shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all this money, everybody's trying to get up here and brought some shit now. And nobody's running around with night vision in the night where y'all can't see shit flying around. Y'all can't see shit moving around in the woods or nothing. I mean, y'all got all these people collecting and shit, and ain't nobody doing no job but collecting. And this is how people getting busted. And this is what gives Pelican Bay good news, because he needs to tell them. And y'all need to hear this shit. I'm back here talking and speaking from the seat from my time, and I can say it and speak my motherfucking right from back here, way back here. You can't do shit. And tell. Let them in your house. Do your jobs. Because I don't know where you at, where you been, or who you doing it with. But I can say this much. Y'all better clean it up. Clean it up. There's nowhere in the world you can blame that on the people who's actually wearing the vision. If you're wearing the vision and you seeing the light, then these are the people that's not getting caught up in the shit. Trust me, y'all. Trust me. You can't go holler on Hollywood when Hollywood was just out here on Facebook and everything with his kennel and talking all his high mighty, how he had this and had all that. I mean, he's one of them. And here he go with people all up in his business for a whole year, sucking everybody else down in his rabbit hole. All because he wants to be a internet viral dog fighter. He got all the money, he got all the good dogs. bragging about his shit, and you think anybody who is fucking with him, they need to be scared. Shouldn't be messing with nobody you can see on Facebook, no how. Or bragging about his shit in some goddamn chat room or some group room or anything the way you gotta have somebody typing some shit. Remember that person and hope like hell you don't never bump into him in your night walks. And that's what I call y'all taking over doing. Yeah, your young ones is taking over being foolish.
Give them props. Are you
Give them props.
serious?
Come on. You know, hey, the basement gonna be the basement, but it's, like I said, you got to have good vision. If you're looking forward into your vision, you wouldn't be having the kind of shit you be having to be getting busted and raided. I mean, and believe me, the great ones, they ain't no dummies out there now. But they're afraid as hell because there's too many dummies running around. Seems like all the dummies is the one with all the competition. But you're pushing to be so what, so where, in so many places, man, can't nobody be deciphering who and choosing. You know, we're gonna come to a point that everybody hot. I ain't gonna want to deal with nobody. I'm scared to talk to anybody. Everybody hot. So, hey, keep the downstairs in the night. And when we come over here, we can go in the night because look where we at. We down here where we can go deep dark. Deep dark. And talk about y'all shit right now. Back here. Because you can let your imagination go. It's all in the entertainment. Let it flow. Let's go ahead and put this shit into the AI and let's see what the answers would be. You know, we even give you your ideology of the now back here where we at and compared to how it was survived back here in our time where it's a lot safer than your time. To really take a good look at what you're talking about. So I try to cut y'all talk down just to put my talk in so y'all can take my talk and take it home with you. And hope you can pay attention enough to understand and get it. Remember, y'all went 74% and I went with the 26% and gave you a good reason why. You know, gave you a good reason why. Because it's going to always be about the dog man if you want to be something big. They can do that without having to look for it. All you got to do is just go out there and win. You win enough, you ain't got to do nothing. Because people out there who's seeing you win and hearing about your winnings, and it's all about the competition and the matter of the hunt. That's what matters. You know, the results is what we talking about. We only talking about results. We only talking about results. What made them so great? Results. What made them relevant? Results. Where did the results come from? Either it came from the dog or the kennel. Now, when I go saying the dogs, I'm going to say the kennel. You see? Either it comes from the dog. But when it comes to those dogs, I'm going to say the kennel. Because you can go out and buy a good dog and smash America with it. And become a great dog man because of that dog. And only be famous because of that one dog you had and you went out there and you beat everybody with it. You know, I mean, and when you're talking about hunting, that's what you're hunting for. I mean, true hunters hunt for competition. True hunters ain't scared of shit. These kennels, you heard last show when we were talking about the north up there in the Ohio area, PA, Erie, Rochester, Buffalo area. Those are badass dogmen. Now I'm gonna tell you like this. Every one of them camps and kennels that I talked about back then, you would lose your yard trying to fuck with them kennels now. I'm just saying, you can bring your best shit on the yard right now and get on this bus and come back there, and I throw your ass out there in the midst of them dog men that I named, you wouldn't have survived. And they got enough accolades up under their belt that before you even get on this bus, if you can't even come nowhere close to matching that, you would just be thrown out there to the wolves. Because then it would even make no sense for your conversation to even compare what you think you got compared to what they had and what we know they done with it. So it's not easy to sit there and say about what y'all gonna do now. I mean, you can't compare yourself to doing being even nowhere close back here in my time. You can't even start a lineup at all. To be so ready to, put yourself somewhere in a position that, you want to get rid of us. You want to move past us. Because our standards are so above the roof that y'all trying to settle for less just to get there. But if you take your little situation and bring it back in mind, and guarantee you ain't bringing nothing back here that we can't stand on. You ain't gonna never have enough compared to what we can stand on. So y'all have to realize that ain't nobody hating, just keeping it real with you. Your production and anything else you're doing out here. Because, the game is lived in the basement, and history is made for those who can pass all the headaches and all the tests and all the chances and all the ups and the downs for the competing pit bull. It's been that way long before us brothers got our hands on them. And even when we did have our hands on them, down through history with all the restrictions that put upon us, now I can say before I leave this earth, imagine what my book would consist of with all the kennels that I know, and all the dogs that's going to be in it. Dogs and guys that, without me having it in this book, they would never be known. And like I said, you can talk all that shit y'all want about y'all now shit, but you can't take that shit and put it on this bus and come back here into my den and compare any of that shit to our back here. It ain't gonna work, because everything that you got up there in the front that you can bring back here, goddamn, it's gonna lead back to us anyway. Period. You're gonna find yourself standing on us. Standing on us. Because most great dogs are still coming from some great shit. And there's some great shit out there, and just put it like that. The numbers has not changed. Greatness is still coming through great dogs and great bred dogs. All right, now, one of the other kennels I wanted to bring up, one we don't talk much about, is might name a few of them that I thought, was like real good dog man back then, that really popped up out of nowhere to me. But they were definitely very active and real good dog man. I don't know if I can put up a lot of their dogs, but I know some great dogs that they did have. And the first kennel I'm gonna talk about is the Gator Boys. Jose and them boys. They were some bad guys. This dog here is one of the dogs that they produced. But look how she's bred. So I said most great dog. And I said champions. Remember, I don't really do no more than those anyway. Little bad bitch. You see what I'm saying? Good bred dog. Got all the major players in there. They go hardcore. You can tell they're all in the area. And they do that kind of shit. You can just tell the areas that they play in. Tender family, rude boy, cross into some red boy. Then you had that heavy Whitney shit up there, and that's all red boy shit too. That's Amber and them lying up in there. No. Shit, that monkey dust, dog, like I said, go to monkey dust. Click on the siblings. Littermate, right? Still Greg Lester. Still Greg Lester. There they go. And that was old monkey dust. Look how that shit is bred. That's going, they taking it the other side. That's that side of that red boy y'all don't talk a lot about. Yeah, that's red boy stuff. You see what I'm saying? And it's the way they was breeding it. Look how they bred it though. Look how they bred that shit though. That old man knew what he was doing. Well, everybody's still swinging over there, just seeing red boy, but you know, this is a whole nother line inside of red boy right here. And then you stack this right here on the bottom of that, on top of that. This right here was the killer. Because they was showing us that the Patrick stuff would cross. The boil shit, everything boiled up out of these line of dogs right here. Mayday, everybody. Mayday, Boyle's dogs, Hollingsworth. Lines of dogs. Still going back to shit. Still going back to the Bolio stuff. Showing you the creation of the Boyle shit. How it was created. Way back then. The mark was already being driven. And when you got, these are the kind of things that I be talking about when I be talking about great guys. Then Whitney about his shit is, he breeding his shit, but you don't see a lot of match dogs. But they're going to be certain type of dogs. Certain dogs. Remember, I went to Monkey Dust. Go to Angels Apache. There's so many other dogs. That, like some great match dogs. I got that one though. I think his name was Baker or something like that. But he comes out of that old Monkey Dust shit and yellow Angels Apache and those dogs. But even back then, look at that shit. They was testing the waters. Look at Black Girl. They're already adding Yellow and Jeep and everybody else into that shit.
They did the exact same thing we did.
Yep, and still got the Boyles crossed all up in there. But it's not the Boyles cross. That brand and that cross right there. But look at the dogs they're building off of. That's damn good breeding right there. I mean, you can see, you can take a line like this right here, and I can go right over to Stone City and show you the same old shit you add me, or even some going hard dogs. You go right over there, you're going to see some Boyle shit, some Patrick shit, some Jeep shit, and some yellow shit. Most, when I say the Patrick shit, you're going to probably find Hollingsworth and Buck. But these little same old combinations, guys, was working even back then. The format is still a format there. There's still a format to why this bitch is a champion. Why are we talking about these dogs? Because of her. That's the only reason we're talking about these dogs.
They had a couple of them.
You know, and that was just the Gator Boys. That's just one of them. You know, I'm gonna go in and try to see if I can get Mickey up. No, that's that type of pedigree. You gotta.
You don't type, you know.
Okay, is Survivor, is that Grand Champion? Mickey too, Mike. This dog now. This was a bad dog. I mean, let me see if I can find a better pedigree. Yeah, that red motherfucker right there was he was a bad one. Let me see. Survivor didn't have me in this shit either, Mike. He's a four-timer. That's right. That's him. That's him right here. So they believed in grabbing match dogs. Yeah, they came into the game grabbing up shit.
They was getting their head kick starting out like we did.
Yeah, but they came in with mediocre and got great quick. They did. Gator Boys came in real hard. But look at the cross though. Knowing they ain't gonna buy that shit if that shit wasn't working. And here's a bad little dog too.
They had him at Grand Champion now though.
Yeah, that was Mr. I remember him. He made the journal. I just wanted to point that part out when y'all went down there, that bottom side with old Hardgrove down there with Queenie. Just wanted to make sure y'all saw that was a red boy line of dogs down at the bottom. Then crossed into that Eli stuff. That's just the bottom. And then you taking that same old shit. We just got off that shit on the other page. Putting some old Patrick shit, old Bolio on top of that. We are still dealing with the still basic lines of dogs. You see what I'm saying, y'all? They ain't got to be the same names, the combination. You're putting the right ones together, but the only reason we're talking about this shit right now is because of this dog. Y'all know it. Dog went into some stiff competition and he was whooping it. Don't look like it produced much. But you know, they had several good dogs though. Okay, here's another one. You know, he would be in my dog of fame. He'd be one of those dogs in my dog of fame. He got killed in a kennel accident. And as you go down here and read it, you'll start seeing some names. We heard the Havana Boys got 141. We hooked that for a show. On that night, we saw Havana Boys bring a Terminator named Anton that terminated 2 of his opponents in rows. The referee was Roadblock. At Release Your Dog, Mickey and Anton slammed into each other and stayed like that until Anton was picked up in 27 minutes. Mickey healed up quickly. Then we were looking again. We hooked Mickey into his second into Demon Kennels at 40. They showed up with a dog named Ninja, reputed to have a devastating mouth. Mickey proved to be too much for this game opponent, out-mouthing him. They went 52 minutes with no turns, no other hopes, when Demon Knight decided to save a game dog and they picked Ninja up with Mickey being the winner. Then they go back acting like hunters again. They go hunting again. We called Millbuster, but homie was open only to a champion. We called second and none. But the 4-time winner, Champion Hugo, was open only to champions. We called Real Deal, High Energy, SWAT Team, with no luck. Then we heard the American Most Wanted Kennels had a 2-timer at 40. They also were having trouble getting hooked. We called them and we agreed on a weight and a date. We go 40 into 2-time winners. They said nobody wanted any part of. We were set to meet halfway, but AMW said if we gave him a half a pound, he would meet us in Jersey. We agreed. On that night, both dogs looked it real good. Floyd weighed in at 40 and a half, and Mickey tipped the scale 1.5 pounds under Floyd's weight at 39. Strictly Business was the referee. At Release Your Dog, Floyd came in like a freight train, but Mickey stayed with him. At about 30 minutes, at the 30-minute mark, a turn was called on Floyd to start the scratching. Both dogs scratched hard twice, but on Floyd's 3rd time up at 50, Floyd doesn't go, making our once shy little red Gator Boy champion Mickey. The following month, we opened Champion Mickey to the world. We got no takers, so we're looking again. Millbusters tell us that Champion Homie is retired. We called on Champion Simba, but they wouldn't leave home. We called second and none Champion Hugo, and after some negotiations, the forfeits are up for a show at 39 and a half. On the night of the show, Big Mike of Hardcore was chosen to ref. When Big Mike called out, "Release your dog," Hugo ran across and took Mickey by the mouth. Hugo's corner, excited at seeing Hugo's barnstorming, started calling out big side bets. We covered all quickly, confident it was just a matter of time for Mickey to get his. By 30, it's Hugo trying to hold Mickey out. No longer barnstorming. By 50, and out of whole count with the bottom dog, Hugo, to go. Hugo was up at the line and goes. At hour 5, we got a handle. Mickey to go, which he does hard and straight. At hour 20, another handle by us. Hugo to go. At the call from the referee to release your dog, Hugo took 2 steps and stopped, not wanting any more of Mickey. Mickey was still screaming to go. Winner Mickey at 1:20. 2 days later, we called champion Simba again, but they still won't meet us halfway. No one wanted any part of Mickey. Midwest Express also were having trouble getting hooked, so after a back and forth, we hooked Mickey for his 5th into Midwest Express championship. But the story took a sad twist. Champion Mickey died due to a kennel fight on March 1st, 1997, 2 weeks before his 5th. We and many of our friends will miss the little warrior with the big combative heart very much. Champion Mickey was an excellent example of a breed we all love so much. When we acquired Mickey, we were told he was too shy for the pit, but proved his critics wrong by winning 4 in the fast lane and to some of the top dogmen in the East. Champion Mickey showed us what a true fast lane pit dog should be, excelling in all areas. His opponents can attest to that, always working hard and loving every bit of it. Mickey also left us some exceptional offspring showing the same desire, drive, ability, and games Mickey was known for. The legacy of Mickey will continue in his offspring. That's Sean B's champion Justice right there, y'all. We talked about them last show. Here's another little scrapper. Okay. Now that was Gator Boys. So they had one. That was the one. That was a good one. So, I would have took both of them little females. Now they had other dogs, y'all. They had a couple 2-time winners, a few 1-time winners. I know that they had some pretty nice dogs. Cool. There's another one, Gator Boys champion Mike, 5-time winner. He won 1 off the chain though, in 25 minutes. Then got 2 at 43, 3 at 1:27, 4 at 1:44, and 5 at 1:15. Yeah, this was another nice one. See that cross? And if you notice, you see Grand Champion Luca down here being bred to Nico Jr. Can't make it no sweeter than that one. And also keep in mind now, Jesse and Big Mike and all them, they was all partners. Remember when I ran with Stone City, I was running with Hardcore too. You know, I seen Chance. So you already know Natural Born at the time had, when this breeding was made, Natural Born had him. But some good breedings.
Bulldog too.
Mm-hmm. See, them is the kind that they stretch out in time. Gator Boys. He a big dog, big boy, 53 match weight. He damn near, he a big boy. Another good breeding though, guys. You see that? So remember, I'm still picking up that 90% as far as what a good dog look like. Gator Boys. I can read. I can read. And we're going all through them markers. No. Now I was saying I was a step ahead of all that. Yeah. Strictly Business, Buster Brown. He ain't on here. Just let me know. Another good breed. Jersey Boys, you heard me talk about them. Another good line of dogs. We here to talk about Buck. We on here in 357 and all them other dogs, but you know, this is probably one of their baddest dogs that they had right here. Again, see how he's bred. And when you go down here and click on Crystal, you see the same old shit. You gonna see that Eli being bought inside there with that bolio. Right here. You're gonna get it up here. See, that's why it didn't hurt when you see Jeep being added in, when we was adding Jeep to our Mayday stuff, or adding Jeep to Satan in them, getting the dogs that we was getting out of the Jeep stuff, because it was still, you know, to us, you know, the combination was the Boudreaux stuff, you know, even though you can't deny the roughness in the shit. You gotta have that roughness in these dogs. So, you know, they was not afraid to make those moves. And believe me, when guys get their hands on good dogs, these boys, when they get their hands on good dogs, they gonna make good breedings. They're looking for dogs to play with. They want to hunt. When you get the opportunity to let a one get away like this into a good dog hand and become that right there, you doing something. Strictly Business wasn't the only one. They had several good dogs. I see a lot of dogs in there trying to get them some of that stuff too. But you know, they had some good dogs. Let me pull up another one. A lot of y'all know this one. Lost the Gator Boys, and we just had him up, remember? Again, they still taking them same old breedings. Them same old breedings, making those same old crosses, just different dogs. Only reason we talking about them, only reason we down here is because it is up here. So Strictly Business, we can say Strictly Business was, Buster Brown didn't make them famous. Chino sure as hell didn't make them famous. You know, they became famous and very well known for matching good dogs. And when we say good dogs, we start up here and then we go down here and look what made them. You still see a damn formula. You still see them going into people that we sitting here talking about. These are true hunters. You can't match that. You can't match that. You got Pandemonium. Again, Millbuster. You see how they breeding that? Good breeding. A whole litter of that good shit. Apparently had a litter mate. That roughness. Very hard dude to whoop, y'all. He was gonna bring you some rough shit. You don't know what rough look like running into him. More Strictly Business. Now y'all see them. Doing that same old cross. Now they throwing Red Boy up in that shit. See, now that's the right pedigree for Hector. See? Seeing with the loss. Yeah, the only reason we're looking at this pedigree down here, again, because what Strictly Business was doing up here. So we can't just say Buster Brown and Chino and all those good dogs would made them great. They made those dogs great by matching them and then producing shit off of Chino. Again, good pedigrees. Another good dog. Badass bitch. Another pedigree. Another good pedigree. One reason we down here looking, because what we getting up here. Size them up. Another good kennel. Same ones that had Yellow Buck's son. Awesome Beast. Another kennel that came up quick in the game, getting their hands on good dogs. Size them up. Share a few one-time winners in that little mess of stuff. And then they sitting up there breeding. You got a breed right there. They're still grabbing that Red Boy stuff, sliding in there on all that Bolio stuff and Eli stuff. The only reason we down here looking at this right here is because of what's going on up here. Again, strictly business. Another one of those great kennels out there. Was it the dogs that made them famous, or was it they that made the dogs famous? One thing for sure, we could go to goddamn their yard and breed the Chino and come home with some shit. If everybody didn't, the ones that matter did. Litter mate. No great kennels. Okay, that's that 26% we talking about. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's at 33%.
Oh, it's changed a little bit. Okay, it's at 33%. You know what I'm saying, y'all? So far we did the Gator Boys. We did Strictly Business. And this is guys that you don't hear everybody talking about. And their impact in the game. Major players. These guys fall in the same line of guys that we was talking about in our last show. They ain't no bigger, no better. All these kennels that I'm talking about, these are dog men that you know, they gonna be in my book. Because where else you gonna find true dog fighters? You're gonna find them in that book. Because guess what you're gonna find in that book? A whole bunch of great bred dogs that you got to get at Kennels. You got to get at Kennels their props. Now I'm gonna go to another one. We you know they're gonna be in many books any damn way. You know you're gonna find Havana Boys everywhere. But I got to add the Havana Boys because it would not be proper for me not to include, you know, them boys. Because see, when Stone City and them was, you know, having they you know they coming into their own young and new to the game, and there was a kennel out there of some Latinos that was some bad motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you, these boys right here was the ones. Now you had the Latin boy connection, you know, you had the LBK, you know. There's a couple more of them out there, but I would have to say Latin Boys was one of them. But when it came down to a hellified kennel to look out for, Havana Boys is them boys. You know, and definitely would be in the Hall of Fame. It's a story about Flash here. Remember, I just talking about the Latin boys. Yeah, I forgot about the Gusto boys. I remember them out there. But I catch Flash here in a minute. I'm gonna go through a couple more of them because you know the Havana Boys had so many great damn dogs. Mike had him up here a minute ago. He was talking about him. I mean, he beat a lot of Standing Man beat a lot of good dogs. You gotta remember, we're dealing with a time of dog men that they was hunters. Now we can talk shit about. Some of you could say, well, Standing Man don't look like his pedigree was all that either. Well, I can guarantee you there's a sense of thinking in his breeding. Let's take a look. We're going to talk about what old Brainard was doing. Remember, he had to take this dog and go breed to that dog to get what he got. So let's see what he was doing. Look what he was doing. Pay attention. Remember, it's this guy right here doing all this down in here. Let's see what he doing. He got his own little plan. He like Sheriff Powell in the end with his honeybee bitch. Because he produced the dog of the year. Brian, he got this dog right here sitting on his yard. Look what he thinking about doing. Look what he trying to do. He's still playing in this man's yard, ain't he? He didn't find something he liked. This is what he's working with. Can't see nobody else that can try that. There are just a few dogs behind Mason's Champion Beast, Grand Champion Hellcat, Champion Battle Cat, Champion Panther, and a host of unmentioned winners. They're all also behind the Houseman's Grand Champion Stan the Man, Champion Cuba, Champion Alpha, two-time winner Simon, two-time winner Joanna, one-time Lonely Girl, one-time Shocker. And you know you know what Mason they're talking about, right? They're talking about the same Mason to be popping in on our show, my big brother. Same one you can sit there when we say Mason, I'm always say Mau Mau. No, these are great kennels. These are guys that's matching dogs, y'all. We wouldn't be talking about these dogs down here if it don't be for this dog right here. Keep that thought in mind. Like they say, you seen that list of shit that they just put out there. Dog of the year. To me, if I had Stan, I'd have been taking Stan and going back to what created Stan. You can look over here in this pedigree and you're not going to find that. You know, me, I would have been going back with Stan. I would have stayed in this line. I would have stayed up in this lineup right in here. Stan would have been going back into some of this shit. You know? Did I have anything else off of Honeybee that we could have bred Stan to? No, Stan had a litter mate. Damn near the whole damn litter. Somebody was winning. Look at there. There goes Shaka. £35 male. See, I'd have been going back into this shit. Trying to find me a bitch off of some of this. No puppies. Get one good one off of Screech. See, this is what I'd have been doing. I'd have been doing something more of this shit. If that didn't help me down at the bottom, I'd have been taking Stan. I'd have been taking this shit right here. This shit right here. On the top side. and trying to cross some of this shit back into some of that stand stuff from his bottom side. You know what I'm saying? Like breeding stand back into some of these dogs down in here, getting this cross back right, and then bringing this dog here back into this shit back down in here. Because the combination definitely worked. And if not, I'd have been trying to go over there breeding some of that shit over there off of Mason in them yard. Because you got a little Jeep in there, but you could have probably added more to save what you was losing.
They all knew each other now.
Cause yeah, they all knew each other. That's for damn sure. Okay, go grab me another one. Go Rodney. There go Budweiser. I see Rodney, but I don't see his pedigree. Yeah. Another great dog. The early years. This was them in the early years. But they was a good kennel too, y'all. Another great kennel. They had some great dogs, but you know, when it comes to being active, they was active. And there was some badass dogmen too. I mean, shit. Let it be known, I think a whole lot of Stone City and Big Mike and them gravitated off of them boys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think, if there's going to be mentorship being passed around, I would guarantee Havana Boy and them would be, Danny and Chico would pop up in that conversation. I believe that. You know, we always gonna have Rodney and those type of dogs and standing man around. They'll always be ambushed because these guys they were earlier than us. You know, their name was already marked by the time we got up in there in our time. You know what I'm saying? All great kennels. They would definitely be in my book because they played major parts in the history of, a lot of these great dogs. A lot of them didn't make it through, the cut as far as lines of today. You might find a little touch of standing man here and there. You might catch some old Rodney back in your old pedigrees and shit like that. But I'm talking about those standouts. If you was to take a now right now and open up a pedigree, would you see those dogs? There's a lot of great ones out there that, join my inspection, they're not as strong as the more types that you would have to say already staged in stone that you would expect to have surpassed time. See, time is bringing other lines together. Lines like, you're taking the St. Benedict dogs and you're crossing them and you're taking them in the lines that, you normally back then they was doing then, but they doing it with a little cleaner note to it that, you land on the right dog and you got another tab running around. Just got another name on it. And now you got this new list of dogs that's coming down off of another great dog that came down off another great dog. The only way it was to be able to be passed down like it was when you look at the pedigrees of the day, you would actually see, well, hell, shit, they, you know, they kept it right. So I don't see nothing no different back here than I would expect to see up there based on the results. The results you're going to see, guys, are going to probably lead up to the same results that we were having back then. That's why I was saying, for those who doubt that, you can pack up all your now shit and you would and try to bring it back here into my time and drop it off, and you'll see you couldn't bring enough. You got too much more to bring before you even try to match to it. So you can't get rid of it because it's such a big part of what you guys don't have today. And so you can never compare today to anything of yesterday. There's just no comparison. Bigger kennels, better kennels, more great dogs, and it's just too much more of that to give us a lot of the dogs that's out there that's even trying to survive in this storm. You know what I'm saying? Gonna come down by way of a lot of those great dogs. You can guarantee it. Guarantee it. And that's including our line. So I would go with the 26%, which is 34%, you know, based on, you know, what the poll was saying. I was just pointing out why 26% at the time was a better choice, which a lot of y'all didn't make, based on if you took the information I just showed y'all on what made those kennels. Was it the dog or was it the kennels? You can say the dog, you can say the dog, but you have to say the kennels when you got a kennel that can put so many champions and great dogs between their legs. The kennels made them great because if it don't be for the kennels putting the work in, they wouldn't be shit. They wouldn't be on this board being talked about. And the accolades that they done. The kennels and which they produced. And their impact. You know what I'm saying? And as you can tell, a lot of those great dogs and the way they was bred, these kennels was coming together doing this kind of stuff. Back then, we could do that because we had information. That's why our dogs was like they were bred, because, you know, we noticed the same thing too. I'm a student of James Pope. And James Pope pointed that out very clearly. And I had a kennel partner, me and him was stuck on that. That's why you see a lot of going hard dogs as champions, off of champions. Because we've seen that early. Got a better chance, better numbers. Give you something to want to feed. Took a lot of hope out the damn situation and put some facts. You know what I'm saying? And that's a very important part of growth. So when you start trying to compare the now to the past, you got to take your now and go back into the past to compare it. And you will see that you don't have enough luggage. You know, it's all fine to take that ride, but you'll get there, you're going to realize you don't have enough luggage. You're sounding good, but you got a long way to go, son. Your situation is not fit because we don't fit. And with all our greatness and all the shit that we have back here, and we can sit there and honestly say that we wouldn't fit in today's world, it's not putting you guys down, it's putting you in a place that you're not on that level. You know what I'm saying? Because we can talk about it out here amongst the show. But the only ones that can be able to pack up and really get on that bus is the guys that really can get on that bus. And ain't got to make a transformation. Just come as they are. They great dogs and they're winners. Guys that know what it feels like. Guys who have done it. Guys that I can speak on like Black Rock is down in another country. you know, having headways across the world with their great dogs, and I can speak of them because they're over there, where everything the way they're doing it, where they can get away with it. But look at the dogs that they're producing. Look at all those Mexican Eli dogs that are making an impact around the world. You know, those are the ones that, you know, can pack up and get up on this bus and go back there, and they got no argument at all. If anything, they're going to be giving homage when they get back there, because it was due to us to set the mark for them to continue forward. So they can jump on there and come back there and survive. They can come back there and say we can fit in their world, because you're going to see it in their work. And you're going to see it in their lines, in their breedings. You know, got to remember, it's not always about the dog. Dog can be the baddest thing in the world, but he got in the wrong hands, we'll never hear about him. We'll never know about him. And for the ones that we do hear about, guess what? Regardless of how his handler was, or however the kennel was as a whole, you can't take nothing away from their dog. So that dog right there by itself can give us always a reason to talk about that kennel. Because of that dog. They had that dog. So you can talk about him, but you can't take that away from him. Did they make him famous? You know, they might have made him famous by doing it, but he made them famous by winning. Okay? And if that's the only thing they had to win with, guess what? They'll carry their name behind that dog. Because of how you ain't never had but one. Guess what? Most of the time, a motherfucker to say that ain't got none. Shit. Y'all the main ones want to have them type of conversations and ain't got one your goddamn self. Let somebody say that who has plenty. You know what I'm saying? It might be, you know, received better compared to hearing it from so many people that don't have none. Okay, Mike. Got any questions? Hell on earth? Okay, I can go with him. I don't even need no help with him. Mike want me to do one more. He want me to do hell on earth. See, Hell on Earth had a lot of good dogs. They just didn't have CD. They had plenty of them. Another good kennel. They had plenty of good dogs. Mm-hmm. Okay. There go Bumper. That's one. A good dog. That's the other little mate brother right there, Danny Jr. Oh, Mr. Burns. Everybody know who that dog is. Let's walk them off. Another good one here. that Whitney stuff again. Same old stuff. There's more Red Boy stuff. You got that monkey dust stuff. When you following it, and you're looking for it, this is the kind of stuff you're gonna see. Just remember, take us back to what we were talking about earlier. Totally different camp. Still messing around with the same type of line of dogs. Still producing some good shit. That's just one of them. I don't know if you used to throw some good shows too. It sure did. Oh, Cock Diesel, I used to call him CD too. Remember, he bred Diesel, he bred, Tom from ProSet bred Sugar to Mayday. That's when Cock Diesel came along, but remember I told you when I was hanging out with ProSet is when I was hanging out up there with Mill Buster and Mr. Stewart over there at Hell on Earth. Remember, I bred the CD. I had a female off of Nico and Champion Sugar, and I bred the CD. Who's that? And that's Mad Kennels with her. I sold him that female full of puppies off of May 2.
Now some sugar, right? Sugar shine.
Mm-hmm. Remember, I don't see Red Man.
I got that on the page off there.
Hmm?
I got some pages up there.
Jersey Combine, Cherry Bomb. Been in both shows with a screaming X and Strictly Business. He beat them in an hour and 36, and then New Jersey in an hour and 40. You gotta remember, these is all kennels that you whoop somebody, you beating something good. And you can see they all seem to run into each other. That's a circle. How you gonna tell me you're gonna have a circle, a great bunch of dog men like these right here, and you got one that you're trying to compare your shit to, and we don't know nothing about you? You can't get mad. You literally can't get mad because this is what I'm doing right now. It's just proven. It's just, you see these very people we talking about, you see them with other dogs. See them going into each other. That motherfucker look like a red-nosed Mayday dog, don't he? It looks like a red-nosed Mayday. And that's why.
We'll see the Kennels burning here all around.
And that's coming off of Sarah Care. Y'all know this line, these lines are dog. Siblings. All siblings. Same shit. Everybody else is able to do the same thing we was able to do with it. Remember, this is the first one, but look at everybody else was able to do the same thing that we was able to do with it. Same shit. Same shit. Same shit. Got some drink.
Eli Monster would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. What up, man?
What's up, boys?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, I just wanted to, but I ain't gonna keep you long. I asked y'all a couple of times on your on the chat, but you got a lot going on. I know y'all ran a lot of the Mayday stuff, so you know historically, the the yellow stuff that laid around, you know what I mean, and came back at the end. Is that how y'all's dogs usually work, or were they straightforward?
Shit, our dogs didn't do no laying around. Not the ones that we was running.
So, I'm sorry.
The ones we were running were killers. Maybe because we had that ace in them.
Because you always hear the old timers talking about the yellow dogs laying around and all that stuff and coming back at the end. So I've never heard y'all get into how y'all's were, how y'all's line was.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Ours was a little different because we had, I think, the ace crossed, and the fact that Amber was she was coming by way of Wrangler. She was off a Wrangler,
Right.
so we know the gameness was there and her alone. And when we bred the Mayday, Mayday, our dogs didn't act like Mayday dogs. Our dogs acted like Red Ace. Our shit was straight stifled. We gonna get your ass. Grown hard dogs were stifled dogs.
You didn't go long.
They acted like Red Boy. They acted like Red Boy jockey dogs.
Right.
They're getting it.
Right. They got in there and they got busy. We didn't have them kind of dogs at all. All our dogs were
Yeah, I
rough as shit.
was just wondering that because you hear all the old timers talk about yellow dogs always laying around at the end. They come back. So I just wanted to ask you because I didn't know.
They were,
because every yard's different.
I seen a lot of them.
It doesn't matter what bloodline you have. Every yard is different. How they act. I was just curious.
But I can tell you the dogs that I seen and what brought my attention to them was them yellow dogs. Them Yellow John and yellow dogs, them at the time Bulls was up there. Bulls dogs were smashing shit, I'm telling you, their demise came when they started running into them red dogs, them yellow John dogs.
Right.
That's when I started seeing them lose, because they was taking beatings. They couldn't stop them.
Right.
The Bulls dogs that I seen lose to those yellow dogs was losing because them dogs was indestructible. You could chew their asses up and you ain't slowing them down. And when you didn't put all you can in them, they come back and get you. And yeah, that is true. That was a true fact because the yellow dogs were just gamer. I mean, you putting Eli dogs on a dog that you can't stop, knowing that Eli dog gonna put all he can put on your ass, and then he gonna do just like them Boyles dogs. Same thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about them.
No, I'm just saying that's why they were. That's how they got their reputation.
Every yard, has different.
Right. But I was agreeing with you.
What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm actually agreeing with you because I'm taking you back during that time that they were winning. They were winning coming back then. That's how they came to be. Yellow and Yellow John, those dogs right there, and the dogs coming off of it. Yeah, they were comeback kids. But they was going into dogs like the Boyles dogs and like the Eli dogs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it really got better when they put the buck on top of the shit.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
They got
all the Red Boy jockey dogs I ever seen, they were straightforward getting it. But I always hear old timers talk about, the yellow dogs laying around and on their back and, going from the bottom and all that stuff. So that's why I wanted to know about your yard. You know what I mean?
Our yard was we were definitely more like a Red Ace style. Our dogs, the going hard dogs they're known to go into your ass in. They'll bite their way back there, but they're going to get back there. That's what they were just known for. They were good fighting dogs,
But they were straightforward.
Oh yeah, they coming in wrecking. There wasn't no hanging around shit. They was coming in the battle. They would have never made it through our yard. Those type of dogs would have never through our yard.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was asking. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know. I mean, I speak to you guys all the time, but that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, the yellow dogs was definitely even back then. Rodney and them dogs, you can see they put time on. They was putting in time. But when you look at the Mayday dogs, there wasn't too many Mayday dogs that was putting in a lot of time. There wasn't too many Stone City dogs that was putting in a lot of time. Not a lot of hardcore dogs, you know, they were known to be game, but you notice they didn't really put in a lot of time. And if they did, you know, they was there against some great shit that they had to put in some work. But they were definitely known to be game dogs.
Were they fast?
I wouldn't call them fast. I would just call them smart and patient.
Right.
You know, I look at Stone City dogs. Remember, their yard was built off of yellow.
Right.
You know, Bozak, Redman, all them dogs, they was coming off of yellow. They were dogs that you had to, if you couldn't kill them, you wasn't going to beat them.
Right, yeah, you're right. Red Boy Jockey is one of the best bloodline or crosses ever been. It's actually a bloodline now, which we all know that. So.
Yes, sir. And the same thing with Stone City. If you couldn't kill them, you wasn't gonna beat them.
Right.
You know, I mean, look at Wrangler and Rodney and all them dogs. And JR, if you couldn't kill them, you just wasn't gonna beat them. That's how they got their name. They were like, I wouldn't say lay around. They just didn't have the talent that you know, you going in there against an Eli dog, you know, they known to break up shit. So when you gonna put in a yellow dog against him, he's not gonna look good the first 20, 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. But when
they win. I was just wondering, because I never asked you guys, and I was just wondering how y'all acted, and that's you know, that's why.
Oh yeah, that was a good question. But no, we didn't go long. You know, all our dogs was, you know, you getting punished. You're going to be in trouble if you make it an hour, and I don't think we ever went an hour with Buck Rogers and them type of dogs. You know, no, they were wreckers.
Yeah, we think alike.
But them type of dogs wouldn't make it through our game test because they would get picked up, and once you get picked up, you know, that's just like, you know, your career's over on our yard. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, a game dog is, you know, you got to have a little bit more than game to fuck around on our yard because we got a whole lot of ability. You know what I'm saying?
You're 100% right about that.
So that's how I'm looking. If I can't see it in my house, then I'm not going to wait to see it in no match. You know?
Yeah,
so
right.
That was one thing that got weeded out of our yard. I mean, we had a lot of game dogs, but those game dogs didn't never make it to the boxing. You don't hear us talking much about them because they didn't serve us no purpose.
Yeah, like I said, I've done 5-10 years with the game stuff, and then we've spoke before, and you got to bring it all.
Yep. I mean, especially during that time.
If not, you're going to get your feelings hurt.
Yeah, especially during that time where dogs were becoming to be so rough. Remember, at one time, the Bulls dogs and the Eli dog were some of the roughest dogs out there. That's what made them. Yeah. That's what makes them so famous even today. You know, when you got one, He's a destroyer. But that was one of the. I mean, actually, I would have to say the Red Boy because they shown their true colors. And even when you crossed them with Jeep, they was the answer to the flaws that we found in a lot of the Eli dogs. They was rough, but they were, you know, if you had a game dog that could take some punishment, you can beat one. You know, in the long run, yeah. I mean, the matchup is always in the box though. It's always going to be answered in the box. It's the only way you can make such a statement is to have facts that it happens in the box. You know what I'm saying? Not in rows. You know what I mean? Not in a backyard off the chain, but in actual matches where if we were to take and did a analysis on that, you would find that a lot of those dogs, even when it came down to what made the blackjack dog so hard to beat, I'm going to tell you that combination. Anytime you add a combination of Jeep, Red Boy, a bunch of game dogs on top of some shit, and all they got to have is some ability, that dog is going to be a hard dog to whoop. And you can go back there and get some of that old Eli shit that can come in there and think you're going to wreck it. And he is not going to be game enough to continue wrecking this motherfucker. He's going to give up trying because he's going to realize he can't get rid of him.
If the other dog can handle it.
Exactly. And that's how they were losing. They didn't start adding Red Boy to Eli for nothing.
Well, we all know that's why Red Boy Jocko came into effect.
That's right.
You know,
that's right.
The hard mouth, fast dogs that were winning everything. Then they found something that had durability that had that also. You know, that's when Red Boy Jocko.
Yeah, that game.
We all know it was the 90s. That was the big thing.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's when everything was Red Boy Jocko this, Red Boy Jocko that. I mean, because they could stand the test of time, and they were bringing it also.
But when you add Red Boy to the Jeep that made the tab shit, those dogs was another. You know, my thing is. Remember, even back there in the day, remember that I've had shows where I was showing guys where they was taking the Eli dogs, breeding them into the yellow dogs, way back there in the day. They were taking Eli dogs, breeding them to yellow dogs. Why you think they was doing that? They were trying to add that gameness to their shit, trying to maintain that continuous rough shit, but give me some bottom. Give me some longevity.
A lot of people don't know this about Tom Rattliff. Tom Rattliff was a straight Zebo guy.
Yeah.
For years. I mean, Eli, Zebo, and all that stuff. And he had really good Zebo dogs. Then he started getting beat a lot. And I guess after leaving, I can't remember where he went. He told me about this. Then he came back with his Gus dog. He had bought Gus, which was a Honey Bunch dog. And he bought that Gus dog because he was getting beat with his Zebo dogs. And that changed his, entire outlook. Then he went into the buck stuff and everything. But yeah, he bought Gus, two-time winner Gus, which was a Honey Bunch dog, because he was getting beat with his Zebo dog. Which he did keep his Zebo stuff around to cross into everything, which worked. But, yeah, Red Boy Jocko and Honey Bunch stuff was, putting a hurting on those 30-minute killers.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. Those killers of the back then, they were falling short to these game rough-ass durable dogs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, that's what made Mayday's dog famous, man. Mayday's offspring were durable killers. That's all it was. It was just it was something that clicked. But we see enough bolio in the Boyles dogs. We see enough bolio to know. We see enough bolio in Stone City dogs, Gaston dogs, Undertaker dogs, Going Hard dogs, goddamn, Strictly Business dogs. You see what I'm saying?
Well, Undertaker and Gaston the same person, right?
Right, all of them bolio, all of them got that bolio in them. To me, that's what gave them the bottom. When you add that bolio and Red Boy cross to any Eli cross,
the wrestling ability, the bolio did, yeah.
That's right. You add, give me an Eli Red Boy bolio dog. And I'll show you a bad motherfucker. And a lot of the pedigrees that I've been putting up is gonna have that combination. You know what I'm saying? Look what Hell on Earth was doing with his shit. He was taking the Boyle shit, crossing it with the yellow shit, crossing it with the bolio shit. You know what I'm saying? And then crossing it with the Boyle brain.
That's why Hargrove went to the Tonka stuff to put in with his outlaw stuff.
That's right. Yeah, we had that pedigree up here earlier. You know, a whole different side of the.
I know all about it. I've seen all them dogs in action. I know.
You know,
Sea-Dog, all of them.
That's right. And you see what it done. They bought another level of a dog.
It added speed, and it added the wrestle ability. It added a lot.
Mouth. And it had, a lot of them had mouth. They could, man, they really, I wouldn't call them 10s, But they look.
Now, when they're taught correctly, they do.
That's right. When they biting on your ass in certain spots, like they like to dig, you know, and work, they could turn you into a chopped up piece of meat real pretty quick, man, because they were definitely they had that type of intensity. And then that was another thing about it. They brought another level of intensity. You know, like Super Saiyan. You got the Saiyan, then you got Super Saiyan. When these dogs start coming out Super Saiyan. Because there was a minute around here where you better have a game rough-ass dog or you won't survive in the game. You know, it was what...
That Stu dog, that Hargroves Sioux dog that y'all brought up for me before, Hargroves Sioux pedigree.
Yeah.
That was the fastest, and she was a Tonka Bear outlaw dog, and that was the fastest bitch I ever seen in my life. Oh my God, you want to talk about speed?
But see,
she beat Rattliff champion Marie her first time out.
But see, them Tonka Bear dogs was pretty nice dogs. While you're speaking up on them, but look how they crossed them Tonka Bear. Look how they crossed them. I'm gonna pull him up right quick. Since you're talking about him.
What, Tonka Bear?
Yes, sir. See, that was another.
I think she was off Z Dog. I can't remember. She might be off the Hargroves Z Dog. Sue is, but she's a Tonka Bear dog, and she was fast. Oh my God, the fastest mount I've ever seen in my life.
Now, I got Tonka Bear up here, right now. And he is a Bolio cross. Straight Bolio. Same shit that made Grand Champion Buck. You got that, and same thing that made the Boyles dogs. You know, that same old combination of bulldogs.
So is Z Dog? I can't remember off the top of my head. Is Z Dog Hargrove Z Dog right off of Tonka Bear?
Yeah, let me find him. Let me see.
Yeah,
I know Champion Mikey was though. Champion Mikey was off of Tonka Bear. The dog we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah.
Yep. I'm going down through here.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Z Dog was right off of Tonka Bear.
His name was Z Dog.
Yeah, Hargrove Z Dog.
Okay, I got
Or
Hargrove.
Hellbends or something like that. Damn, it could be one of them. It could be Hellbends.
Okay, I got Hargroves 2x2 coming off of Tonka Bear and Mikhail's Champion Bulu. And Bulu's was off of Tonka Bear. I'm trying to find that name you're looking for. I'm trying to find that name. There's another page here. Hold on.
You know, when you're not looking at it, it's hard to remember it. But I know he's off of Otter's Champion. You know what I mean? Tonka Bear.
Well,
somewhere.
I definitely got Tonka Bear pulled up here. I'm trying to find him. I see.
Or just look up Hargrove Z Dog.
Hargrove Z Dog. Okay, hold on. Let me do that.
Yeah, that's an easy one to find.
You talking about Hellbends, man?
Hellbends. Yeah,
right. Yeah, old Hellbends.
Hellbends produced Z Dog, I think, right?
He is Z Dog.
Say what?
He is Z Dog.
Hellbends is?
Yeah, Hellbends, aka Z Dog, Hargrove Z Dog.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He lost games to champion Benny Blanco in an hour and 42.
How's he bred? I know he's talking
yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
The mama was off of Tonka Bear, champion Kinky. She was off of Tonka Bear and champion Mikhail Thelma Lou. Bred the grand champion Mikhail's Hellbend.
Right.
Who was off of, off of Moon, who was off of Tonka. And then Otter B, Otter's BB.
Yep.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah,
but
I knew all them dogs. It's just been so long. You know what I mean?
That's mine, not yours. Your name.
you know they just
Say what?
they still bolio dogs though.
Yeah, is he pure bolio?
I mean, when I say bolio, they like tombstone and bolio. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're heavy tombstone bolio dogs.
Right.
But that's the same thing.
But see, that's what brought something different in Hard Goes Yards. What I was trying to get to earlier. You know what I mean? We had to bring that in to mix to his outlaw stuff. I think he even mixed it with his roof and stuff some. But what I was trying to say, it brought speed. It brought it brought something else.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying because I think the bolio brings that in a lot of those dogs. Brought it to the Hollandworth dogs, you know. I mean, you took the Hollandworth shit and you breed it to the yellow shit. You got to look at the same thing when you took the bolio stuff and bred it to the yellow shit. That's where Stone City come from. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? We've talked before. I'll get off here in a second, but
go ahead, talk, bro.
Dogs right off of Hollingsworth yard. I mean, tight, right off of Hollingsworth yard. Went to Rattliff's, and I've seen them, and they weren't worth junk. They weren't worth junk. But they were game, so they bred them. He bred them just to see how it would work. And damn, they worked. I mean, as a breeder, but then by themselves, right off Hollingsworth yard.
I'm in 100% agreement with you.
That was the clumsiest, dumbest dogs I'd ever seen in my life.
I am in a total agreement with you. Remember, California Jack had a chance to get Mayday in them, and he went for all the Hollandworth stuff. And even though I like Poncho and all them, they was not the strength of the Mayday Hollandworth shit. He had to say, this the bottom line. They were game dogs. I mean, that's what Jack had, game dogs. Poncho was throwing game ass dogs. But that's it.
Right.
That's it. He got a lot of help.
I had dogs right off of Hollingsworth Bodine.
Right. Bodine's another one. These dogs you had to put something with them for that shit to work.
You had to. And it clicked.
It would click, yes. That's what say California Jack shit. That's why we can still talk about some of his stuff.
But alone, you were like, damn, I don't know what I'm going to do with this thing.
No. If you really pay attention and watch the growth of the Hollandworth dogs, you'll see they all had something added to them. But you got to look at it also like this. It was still a bolio dog.
Right.
And anytime you cross that bolio, regardless whether you crossed it into some bully son shit, if you crossed it into some red boy shit, if you cross that bolio into boil shit, because you're going to find that shit in all that shit. All that Patrick is going to be in all those dogs, all those lines. All of them.
Yeah. Well, I told y'all that bitch I had was Bolio Zebo. I got her from actually Little Tom Rattliff. And she was a freak of nature. She was a freak. Harry Hargrove tried to buy her from me for $4,800. That was 20-some years ago. He's like, I'll give you $4,800. He went to his trailer and brought it out. I'm like, she's good. I don't think she's that good. But, them old-timers see things we don't see. He's like, you don't know what you got.
Right.
Like, holy shit.
I mean, the way they was breeding Zebo back in the day where it was working, I don't understand how they could say he wasn't producing shit. But we did a show on Zebo, and oh my goodness. That's all. Don't expect everything to work. You just stick to what does work.
I mean, she had some buck in her. She was like buck bolio, and the buck's got bolio in her. But you know what I'm saying? Buck bolio, a little bit of Zebo, feel like a quarter Zebo in her. and she was a freak.
I'm trying to tell you. I mean, Brad, look at Brad. Brad got Zebo in it. And we cannot ever forget about Lady Sassamede over there in the Yellow Dogs. She's Zebo's sister. It's all up in Lady Sassamede. Rosie. That's Zebo's sister. You will find her in anything that you see yellow. When you see Lady Sassamede, you will find Zebo Littermate's sister. That's what put that in those Sassamede dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's what put that edge on those dogs, man. And, you know, and like I said, I seen it. And you know, when we bred the Ace, shit, remember Zebo grandpa on the bottom of our pedigree, you know what I'm saying? So that's how close he was. So it's
yeah, but I always tell people, polio lane, I wouldn't take it nowhere.
No.
I'll keep it around for a cross because it will work, or it can work.
Breed like everybody else does. Breeding was
Right.
successful. It will work.
right. I mean, we just went over a bunch of pedigrees tonight that showed us that we see it in the bolio stuff. We see bolio in the Boyle stuff. We see it in the Buck stuff. We see it in the Hollandworth stuff.
All on different yards.
I mean, all on different yards. So, you know, the angles of how it worked with these things. Remember, the only ones we want to talk about is the ones that work. We don't want to talk about the ones that don't. That's why we always pulling up the ones that work, because those are the ones that matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I said, when I seen that, when I was young, I seen that one at Rattliff's yard, and we were checking him out. And I said, "Damn, Tom, what you gonna do with him?" He's like, "He ain't the best, but I'm gonna keep him around for breeding." And I was thinking to myself, I said, "Damn, I let that one work in the garden." You know, I was young. He was an old guy. He was an old dog man. You know what I mean? I mean, that man weren't stupid. That dog produced some good damn dogs.
Oh yeah, they will produce. You just gotta, you know, like me, I made the job easy for me. I just followed the trend. I mean, if I'm gonna breed bolio, I'm gonna go to Tonka. If I'm gonna breed some of that shit, I'm gonna go to Dolly. Why am I going to Dolly? Remember, we got Psycho. He went 3 hours and 17 minutes. He was off of Dolly, bred to an Eli dog.
You got to use what word.
That's right. I mean, but you can't say that was a new type of a breeding, because you go over there and look at the Boyles dog, you're going to see the same type of line. You're going to see the same type of breeding. A lot of those great dogs over there on the Boyles line of dogs, you know what I'm saying? It's going to have bolio in them. A lot of these dogs got bolio in them. And it's a fact that it does work.
Oh, yeah, it worked.
You know?
All right, twins, I'm going to get off here. I'm going to follow the chat, but I'm going to get off. Y'all get back at it.
All right, my man. Thanks for stopping through, friend.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
All right, fellas. Y'all know what time it is. This is Tuesday. This is not the weekend. So do me a favor. Hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We have 133 people who have taken the poll. Big shout out to everybody who took the poll.
Thank you.
Poll question was, dealing with the game American Pit Bull Terrier, which of these statements are true, in your opinion? A, a kennel makes the dog great at 35%. B, the dogs make the kennel great 65%.
The dogs make the kennel great. 65%. Again, you already know what my vote was. I'm going with the kennel make the dog great, because if you ain't matching the dog, how the dog gonna have you being great? You know what I'm saying? The kennel gotta match the dog. You know, that's all they gotta do. They gonna get great anyway if they matching the dog. So, no, I think one dog can make a kennel great. Okay, but it's the dog. But if you want to see a great kennel, you're going to have a great line of dogs on that yard. You're going to have a couple of them. They're going to be matching dogs. So the dog is definitely not the factor. It's the kennel's the factor because they're able to take these dogs and win with them. You know, now it's the kennel making the dogs great because they're the ones putting the work in to make them great. The dog just got to do his job and do his point to become great. But they're sure putting the work out there for the dog to do that. So you have to give that kennel the credit, whether you like the kennel or not. You know, most great kennels, like the kennels we've been showing you since we started this show, all had great dogs. And it wasn't the dogs making them great, it was them making the dogs great. Why was them making the dog great? Because the dog wouldn't be shit if it don't be being them matching those dogs. So let's start right there.
Yes, sir. All right, fellas, we about that time. It's getting late. But look, I got, from all the ones I got in there, probably still in the Shark Tank, do me a favor. And give me them damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses, roses. Look, we need them damn roses.
All right, y'all. Come on, fellas.
I need more than 2-3 people showing the love. Damn it. Shark Tank, do what you do. Come on, fam.
He's hollering for y'all. He's hollering for you.
Oh yeah, I'm finna get real ignorant here in a minute. Let me get in here, man. Let me get in here.
Let me get some drink.
All right, before I'll be glad to take the seat. You all right?
Yeah.
All right. Look here, man. Look here. Now, I told you what the purpose of the show was tonight. When you sit back and you think about the last 2 shows, the last 2, these are people that was in a circle. Y'all looking at, y'all see familiar names. Y'all look and see you see some of our shit popping up in there. And I always told you, and we always made it clear, that we was never on the level of them. Never on the level of them. But then, look what we were able to accomplish by just doing what they were doing. I don't understand, to save my fucking life, that after 2 years of us sitting here telling you guys this shit, showing you this shit, that it just don't ring no bells in your head. That when you start talking about, goddamn it, good, great bulldogs, good, great kennels, that if you have not been able to do what they have done, what kind of conversation can you have about these goddamn bulldogs? The quality of the dog is going to be always known in his performance. Not you running your damn mouth. Not you picking up your damn papers. No. See, we go back here on the bus. All the dogs that y'all sit there and y'all try to show in y'all papers, y'all gonna still run into these people back here on this bus. And your shit ain't gonna look nothing like they shit. But if you noticed, our shit always looked like they shit. After damn near 15 years of doing dogs, our shit always looked like they shit. To my proteges that took over. And Jamie Long, our shit always looked like they shit. They shit always looked like our shit. Their results was just like our results. Our results was just like these people's results. That was the name of the game. That is not a hard lesson. That ain't nothing to be going back and forth on. See, I don't go in the dark. I don't go and talk about the now in the dark. It's not, I just don't do it. Not saying they ain't out there, because I can truly tell you, guess what? There's still some good goddamn dogs out there. But they ain't flowing like they was back then. I can understand why. Because you got the new faces coming in, and then you're tinkering around, and you're tinkering, and you know, there's nothing that hasn't already been done when it comes to these goddamn dogs. Because regardless of how you look at it and what you pull up, give a damn if it was just last year, if you go back far enough, you're going to run into this shit back here. And if your shit ain't doing nothing like this shit back here, then your shit ain't going to get the same results of this shit back here. It ain't. You can talk about it all day, but you ain't got a yard full of that shit. See, we had a yard full of shit. Good shit. We stayed active. Stayed active. Just like they did. That's the only way we're going to find out what the hell you had. Gentlemen, the people we have talked about on the last two shows, to us, are going to be those type of people in our book. We've had Mau Mau and Mason on this show. We've had Rastaman on this show. We've had Bakari on this show. I know I have even other great dog men in that Shark Tank. I know them. I know they're out there. I know them. They're going to be in my book. See, this is what we said it was from the very beginning. And I speak on this because, you know, I'm trying to sum everything up as we wind this down. You know, the video is going to have a lot of meaning to them because, you know, one thing we're not going to be is repetitive. I try my best to make sure that we are not going to be repetitive. We're going to stick to the facts. It's not going to be just our story. We're going to take that we know, things that we've seen, and take it and put it in a time that we weren't the only ones doing it. Where did we get it from? How did we learn it? How did it work for them? Same reason. Why did we do what we did? Because it was working for them. If we can keep that frame of mind, you know, to make it at least worthy of even talking about, then guess what? There's hope. There's serious hope. But we don't fit in this world right here. We don't fit in the now. But I can guarantee if I got a goddamn bulldog in my motherfucking house, on my motherfucking yard, my motherfucking bulldog gonna at least gonna look like they did back then. That's it. Or what the fuck will I have it for? What's the purpose of having it? If I can't have what I had back then. Just to say, it's mine. It lasted all these years and it's still, I can go put my hands on it. I can go touch it. Even if I ain't doing nothing but being my dog, because that's what it is for me. That I can still have something to belong to us all these years and I can still go and put my hands on it. And not once have you ever heard us ever say anything about selling a dog or selling a puppy. So it ain't nothing like that. This ain't about selling dogs. This is about the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier from our point of view. Now, if that's what draws you in, you like hearing this, or you need some knowledge, One damn thing we are definitely giving you, if you just look, and I don't care, it might look repetitive, but it's not really repetitive, you guys. It's not really repetitive because we're showing you all different people. You're seeing different dogs. If the dog wasn't relevant, you're not going to hear about the dog on this show. You're not. And you know how our relevancy works. Y'all know how it works around here. So this is what I try to make sure that as we wind this whole thing down, see where y'all heads at. Try to fix what we might feel is broken to us. What makes us feel that we don't fit in the now? Because I know the now wouldn't fit in the past. And I really believe that. Because look at all the names. Look at the amount of dogs. And that's just a drop in the bucket. Look at the competition. Look at the type of shit that you had to deal with. They ain't dealing with that shit like that now. It's not like that. But you're selling more dogs now than I could possibly imagine. You know, now and the way they sell dogs and how they selling dogs and the way I'm seeing it. I mean, shit that I'm seeing on this Facebook thing, shit that is going on out here is totally, hey man, this game ain't meant for everybody. I'm gonna just put it out there. Let y'all know right up front. Dog fighting is illegal. I don't know where y'all getting off today, you know, hey, that it's okay to go out and have shows with 100 motherfuckers. Nobody checking, nobody making accountability. Hell, just post a dog 2-time winner. I'm selling for 4,500, 5,000. I mean, just openly just doing the shit like it's okay. At least with the Journal, which is a publication, it was. They didn't get us burnt. They might have went and looked in it for reference and everything, but you didn't have to worry about that journal showing up at the trial, being used against you.
So good.
It couldn't. But when you put that shit on Facebook, or you on whatever kind of platform you putting that shit on, you're going to see it again. Because they're using emails, they're using text messages, they're using Facebooks, they're using YouTube. And y'all think that shit's cool. And y'all telling me about not believing in evolution. Well, hey, I might be old, but the last time I checked, they tell me the older you get, the wiser you get. So when I hear statements like that and see the things that I'm seeing, I'm trying to say, who you trying to teach a lesson here? Me? I'm an old dog. You can't teach me no new tricks. But let me tell you about you and what I see. I ain't got to make it up. Look for your damn self. Give you props. How dare you even ask?
I don't have the power in the dog.
I mean, come on. Why props to do what? Why is it so important that you have to be recognized in the now?
You ain't doing shit.
I mean, I ain't doing shit. I mean, you'll put another man on blast and want somebody to give him props, and maybe he don't even want his name out there. You ever thought about that? Did you ever really consider that? See, that's the part that I'm trying to understand while we try to get y'all on the bus and take this ride back here with us. Because we in no way, shape, form, or fashion condone, you know, illegal activities when it comes to this dog fights. This channel tells you to live by our disclaimer. We make that clear. So, take the information, use what works for you in order for you to be, you know, at least be appreciative of your dogs. Don't tell you what to do with them. Don't tell you basically nothing about going out here, getting your glasses, and getting out there in the dark. I don't know what you do, how you do it, and when you do it. And I think that's the way it should be all the way around the table. Because it ain't nobody's business. But, am I glorifying dog fighting? I don't know what you mean by glorifying something that had been going on since 1800s. I'm not glorifying nothing. I was just a part of it. It was just part of our life. Just like with all the people before us and all the people after us. It was illegal when we was doing it. And it was illegal long before, you know, we started doing it and our mentors was doing it. So we all understood the risk. That's the difference. This new risk, is it any different than back then? No, it's still the same. But the times have changed because of Facebook, because of text messages, because of YouTube, TikTok, all this social media shit. It's just different. And it's not really worth, you know, even for us, it wasn't, I can't say it wasn't worth it. I ain't gonna even lie. Because it was one of the best times I had in my life. We enjoyed it. Just being around the people, because we all had something in common. And regardless of what people say and think, we loved our dogs. I don't know how people can talk shit about people who fought dogs back then, but they find it so easy to go kill dogs. When these dogs was bred for a purpose and they was bred, they can't help it because of the way they're bred. They're meant to act a certain type of way. Pit bulls have always been good, loving dogs. But they're prey dogs by nature. If you have one and you don't understand that, you don't need it. Because that's why all the trouble happens. That's how people wind up getting hurt. I just want to bring reality back into the picture. Share with you the information. But it's still up to you to make it work for you. And what that entails is taking care of your animal, keeping your cameras on, keep them medically able and fit. Your business ain't everybody's business. Protect yourself. Protect your animals. That's a lesson to be learned. Know who you're speaking with. Again, remember, your business ain't everybody's business. So, as we close out tonight, I just wanted to throw that out there because, again, you're going to know, as y'all know, we're going to be back here Friday. Want everybody to hit that like button. Keep hitting that subscribe button. Y'all know the Cash App button works and everything. Y'all see the information with the little ticker that runs across the bottom. I notice I ain't getting no super chats. You know, maybe we just getting like boring or anything, but I don't know. But my thing is, until the moment we stop sitting in this chair and stop doing these shows, might give us a chance to sit down and actually put a book together. But as we work our way out this situation, out this thing right here, we want to make sure that we cover everybody. Because I don't want nobody 20 years from now and not know who Hell on Earth is. Not know who the Gator Boys are. Not know who Strictly Business was. Not know who Havana Boys. Not know who the Jersey Boys. Not know who M&M. Not know who Mau Mau. Not know who Stone City. I mean, this list could go on. There's enough fucking videos out there. But I'm doing my part to make sure y'all don't forget. Because whatever goes on as we move throughout history, because y'all future gonna wind up being y'all history, it's up to y'all to take care of what that's gonna look like. We just doing our part, taking care of our part. Because we're gonna make sure you know who these people are. So when you look in your pedigree, you know where it come from. Because that's what made these dogs what they were. Because when we look at our pedigrees, we go all the way back to Tudor and go back further than that. Shit, my brother used to carry the 64, I think it was 64 generation, a big, looked like a goddamn map. Had rows of the motherfuckers. All the great dogs. Just, I guess he, you know how a kid have a new toy and shit when he first started learning the pedigrees, and then once he really got good at it, that's how he knows these dogs so well, because he's seen so many pedigrees, and he knows he's been all the way back because he used to have a bunch of them. He knows, I know that name right there. I bet you I click on here, I guarantee that's the Eli dog. This motherfucker right here, go all the way back to Hendrick shit, because he been doing it that damn long. That's just a person who knows. So, is this what makes you a better dog, man? And that's all it's all about for us. For the love of the game and help somebody. Take advantage of that. Hit the damn like button. Get the damn thumbs up. Get the damn, muscles. Get the damn roses, because that don't cost you shit. And especially if you show up. That's like walking in my house and not saying hi. Because that's the least you can do. Anything more than that, anything other than that, is always going to be appreciated. But appreciation starts by at least showing some type of appreciation. And that's all I'm asking. As we close out the show, Mo, you ready to do this, man? Mm-hmm. We're going to close this show out tonight doing what we usually do. So you're already used to it. You're already used to it. Dog of the night. Let me see who this dog of the night is.
We're going back to Mickey.
Okay, I'm going to let you go ahead and get back to him. Appreciate that, fellas. That's what. Show them thumbs, show that love, show all that good shit. We're going to get this dog of the night in right quick, y'all. There you go. Yo. The dog of the night.
Okay.
All right, fellas, here we go. One thing you can notice about these dogs and everything that we be having going on, the good thing about it, the dog game that I know, that I'm familiar with, that we fell in love with, that we still do to the very end, we always,
Always.
yeah, we always, I mean, come on, y'all, we always scratch the wind.
All the time, fellas.
That's right, baby. Let them go, baby. Let them go. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Shit. Act like you know. Dog of the night.
Gator Boys champion Mickey.
Let's do it, Mo. Yeah. Let me take a quick break. I want to thank everybody who came in and supported the channel tonight. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. I see y'all out there. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all still showing the love. Thank you. Everybody who took the poll person tonight. I think we got up to 140. Yes, sir. That's participation. Participation is a must. See y'all Friday. Till then, everybody stay safe. Peace. Peace.